empower. Thank you all for being here. The theme for this first phase of year 2024, as you can see, is technology, innovation, financial management, and investment. The key interplay for career growth and sustainability. You will agree with me that technology, innovation, financial management, and good investment with key returns is something that cannot be undermined if you need to succeed economically, in business, and even as someone that's employed working for another organization. I don't have to come here to teach you what technology is. We all know what it is. You get a conception, you get an idea, and then you want to apply that knowledge scientifically to be able to produce something that is novel and is unique. And that's why you hear people say technological innovation. Innovation is nothing but an idea that you have, and then you want to execute that idea for a better process, for a better product, to create something that is new, that is unique, that will have that edge above all else. So we all know that these are important key things that you must be able to do, you must be able to be a part of if you want to progress economically. When you look at financial management, a lot of people lack financial literacy. And that's why people fail in business. People don't know how to manage money. And then another thing here is investments. And that's why we said these concepts are key interplay for you to grow your career and to be able to sustain it for the long term. We are happy to be here today. We are happy that we have seasoned speakers who are going to be speaking to us on this team from their wealth of experience. We also have some speakers here today who are going to be looking at issues of employability skills, entrepreneurship, and workplace skills. How can you, as someone working in an organization, have that edge? What makes you relevant for the long haul? What keeps you in that job? Even when a company wants to downsize, what makes them take your name out of the downsizing list? We are here to address all that today. As a young graduate, an undergrad, someone seeking for a job, how do you create the best profile for yourself? How do you have that skill that stands you out when you need to get employed? We're also addressing all that here today. And I believe that if you pay good attention, you'll get key insights that are going to draw you closer to getting you to the level where you want to be economically. Before we begin, I would like to just mention just a few key rules. Number one, I want to just let you know about the structure of today's program. We have 4 speakers. Our first speaker will be Ibukun Akinola. She's the CEO of PiggyVest, now known as Piggy Tech. I'm sure you all know about PiggyVest. She's going to be joining us in the next 10 to 15 minutes. When she's done, then Dr. Olumide Emmanuel is going to be taking his session. He's going to be joining us virtually online. He couldn't be here physically, So after Dr. Olumide Emmanuel takes his session, we're going to have the first Q&A because Dr. Olumide won't be able to stay till the end. So we created 2 Q&A sessions. So when he's done, we'll have Mr. Kehinde Omiyale take the sessions on employability skills, workplace skills, and entrepreneurship. He was supposed to be sharing that session with Mr. Olushola Gbobaniyi, but unfortunately, Mr. Gbobaniyi lost his mother just last night, and he couldn't be here with us. I pray that God will comfort him and comfort his family in Jesus' name. Okay, so for your questions, please, those that are watching online, there's a number you will see on the screen. Send your questions to that number, and then we can address your questions here. For those of you who are on site here physically with us, please write down your questions on a piece of paper, and then you just raise your hand up. Someone will come and pick your piece of paper, and then give me the question. Another thing is, please, we expect everyone to have civil behavior exhibited here today. Our programs are usually compact, well organized, and that's why we're saying this. And we have our security men right outside the door. So we expect you to be well behaved. Another thing is, please put your phone on silent mode so your phone doesn't ring or vibrate and distract the speaker or someone close to you. Then finally, please, we do not allow anyone to record us. You cannot take videos, you cannot record our program. If you need to do that, please need to see the comms team at the back and take permission. If we'll find you recording, then we'll have to ask you to please exit. And finally, again, please, we'd like you to follow us on all our social media handles. So to proceed right now, I would like to welcome Dr. Mrs. Stella Mofunaya, a board member of Rose of Sharon Foundation, to give us a welcome address. God bless you, ma'am.
I want to warmly welcome you all on behalf of the host of this program, Apostle Olorunso Alakija. You are all welcome. And if we look at the theme for today, technology, innovation, financial management, and investment. The organizers, they have done a thorough job. If you look at the caliber of people we have as our guest speakers today, Dr. Olumide, Emmanuel, I'm super excited to hear from him. And being a lecturer, I'm very careful not to go into their topics so that we don't have repetition. If we talk of technology, how many of us have had cause to lose our phones? Have you lost your phone? Signified by raising up your hand. If you've had cause to lose your phones, you know the way you feel. 30 years ago, we didn't have GSM. We had the old phone. The old phones, and not many people had the opportunity or advantage of even seeing those phones. It was a generation and a period that you had to travel to Marina, Lagos, if you have to call somebody abroad. And then if you had that phone, then every weekend you should open your doors to people because they will come to your houses to make use of your phones. I'm sure most of you didn't even have the opportunity of seeing those phones. And then suddenly we had what they call the Turaya phones, the Note 9, Note phones, heavy gadgets. And from 25 years ago in Nigeria, about 25 years ago, we thank God for the latest technology. Technology keeps moving. And that is why I'm super excited to be here. And you youths, technology is not static. Currently in China, we see the convenience. Before you leave there, there's a gadget that we read, take analysis of your urine. And they will tell you this is what you have, if there's protein in your urine, if there's bacteria, if you have infection, if you have even terminal diseases, your urine will tell you. That is innovation. As a youth, what are you doing? You spend 24 hours looking at people making money on internet. On financial management, the day you fail to plan, it means that you have planned to fail in life. I want to repeat that. The day you fail to plan as a youth, as an adult, you have planned to fail in life. Because in life, you must apply the principles of management. How many managers are here seated? If a manager, raise up your hand. If a manager, signify by raising up your hand. Unfortunately, we don't know that we are all managers. Yes, we are. For the ladies, you hear us use the words, oh, I have little cream left, I'll manage it. In your homes, you have a lot. There are companies that came up, yes, the innovations, the technologies were there, but because they compromised. I don't want to mention such companies. By the time you're employing your grandfather's daughter, your cousin, your auntie, they are going to run down your business. In management, you must learn to coordinate, you must plan, you must organize, and be strategize. You must strategize. Then we look at investment. I'm just giving you a brief summary because we have people that are going to spend more time on that. Investment. We've heard of MMM. How many of you invested in MMM? Wave your hands. Yes. Thank you for telling the truth. And you got your fingers burnt, right? If you got your fingers burnt, raise up your hand. And last night, I received a call. It was a cousin of mine said, I know you don't believe in such things. And my daughter, I gave her 120. And she invested, they gave her, and she got a lot of 60,000. I said, that was for lazy people that have refused to be innovative, have refused to strategize. You have refused to see that there is gold in this country. How many of us want to japa? Raise up your hand. Come on. How many of us? I know about 80% of you. If you get to the airport today, you see foreigners coming into Nigeria en mass. Into Nigeria. Think about it when you live here. There's a lot happening in this nation. It is for you to have your head properly screwed to your shoulders and be sure that you're on the right track. You're not doing another person's business. I want to seize this opportunity once again to welcome you all and to thank Dr. Mrs. Ndudi Bowen and all the staff of Rose of Sharon Foundation. You're all doing a great job. I know that at the end of this program that you will all leave here better than you came in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful address. God bless you tremendously. Okay, so our first speaker is supposed to be Akinola. Before she comes, we have something on the agenda here called the Business Clinic documentary. Now, last year, September, the Youth Empowerment Program we had gave birth to what we call the Business Clinic. Actually, the idea of the Business Clinic started April edition of the Youth Empowerment Program last year. We decided to difference, something much more by youth entrepreneurs, those who have started small-scale businesses, are doing well, and for those who are struggling. We decided to put out an application form, requested for business to apply, and then we took them through a process. Those who came for They will celebrate with you. Be mentored by these facilitators who spawn or be facilitators becoming mentors. And at the end of the day, we had a documentary of the towers. Now that was, it was last year, November, we began the journey. And this year, we are thinking of scaling up on the business clinic because we realize that the impact is made in a very short one. I quite commendable. But they play the business connection, I think for about 10 to 12 minutes, to give your view lecture. I think the documentary can come on now. We're going to have all of our mentees to come speak to you about your experience and the impact this has made in his life. Maybe just in 3 minutes. So let's do that now. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Bowe. I work with the Rose of Sharon Foundation as a country manager. We have this program, which is one of our initiatives. It's called the Youth Empowerment Program. It's a program that we organize twice in a year, in April and in September. And the program focuses on providing skills, employability skills, business development skills, and entrepreneurship skills for youths in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria. Because the program is usually a hybrid one, on-site and online. So, but this year, we thought of doing something much more for our youth. My name is Dr. Bowe. I work with the Rose of Sharon Foundation as a country manager. We have this program, it's one of our initiatives. It's called the Youth Empowerment Program. It's a program that we organize twice in a year, in April and in September. And the program focuses on providing skills, employability skills, business development skills, and entrepreneurship skills for youths in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria. Because the program is usually a hybrid one, on-site and online. So, but this year, we thought of doing something much more for our youth entrepreneurs. The Youth Empowerment Program is actually for undergraduates, graduates who have just left school freshly, and then job seekers, youths who are employed, and then the youths who are self-employed and who are like entrepreneurs.
So we're here today at this clinic to actually analyze, assess, and look at those business pain points and challenges that you have, and see the prescriptions that we can give to you, just like you get prescriptions from the hospital. All right. So that's why we're here today, and that's what the business clinic is set to do. Like analyze your challenges and then set you on the path from where you are at to where you need to gain business resilience and to gain some growth.
The economy across the globe is very challenging. And so what else can we do? We've done the YEPs, we have all of these wonderful programs. We said, what else can we do to address the challenges that entrepreneurs, especially young entrepreneurs, that they're having? And so that day we sat around the table and started brainstorming around, what can we do, and it comes from a place of deep concern, for entrepreneurship and your growth. And so we put our heads together and we came up with this business clinic. If you commit to the process, what you put in is what you're going to get out of it. When you have access to the caliber of facilitators that have been brought here, and you do not get everything that you are able to get out of it, then it will be your loss.
I am beyond excited to be a facilitator at the business clinic organized by Rose of Sharon and Bosworth Marketing Finance for young entrepreneurs. It's been an amazing experience for me, especially listening to the stories of these young ones and the different challenges in business. And one thing stood out: there is always a way out.
There's so much wisdom in the room, there's so much experience in the room, but the learning is yours. You have to be intentional. You have to be deliberate and be ready also to evacuate some residual perceptions about business, and then
I will give you one thing that I think that's going to help every single person here, and it's a hard truth. And the hard truth is this: no one is coming to save you. The only people that's going to save you is you're going to save yourself. You have to do it. You have to put the work in. Some people are just sitting around waiting for something to happen. It's not going to happen. You have to make it happen. And the only way by making it happen is by putting the work in, deciding what you want for your future, recognizing the people that you need to surround yourself with, like-minded people preferably, and improving yourself.
People should see you at any point in time and say you're a brand, that you, because of who you are, because you have distinguished yourself, because there are certain things about you that makes you, easily identifiable.
It's been a wonderful experience collaborating with the Rose of Sharon Foundation. I mean, they do amazing work equipping young people, entrepreneurs, and they've been doing this for the last 15 years. So it's such a joy to be able to, talk about something and then see it happen. Today's experience was really amazing. The facilitators were so open, nothing was held back. They shared from their wealth of experience. They gave, deep insights. In fact, we had some of the participants calling their facilitators therapists, analysts, radiologists, because they really delved into the main issues, that they came with. And everybody walked out of this room feeling totally equipped and with action points.
The reason why we've been here for 125 years is that we've thrived on collaboration and partnerships. We've thrived on collaboration and partnerships. And that's one of the reasons we're even here. We are partners with Rose of Sharon, so you can see. So we are always available to that.
So you see, I see patriotic Nigerians, and my class was about financing, was about resource, getting resources for your business, and we identified that it's not just financial resources that we need. It's also important that we have human capital. I mean, there's this, you need to get a machine of 12 million, and then you get the wrong staff managing the machine. What's the point? Is it not better that you even outsource that aspect of your business? So we just looked at different aspects of our businesses and, identify the fact that sometimes we're looking for money, but we are not even positioned for the money ourselves. So it's one thing to need money, it's another thing to position ourselves so that without even stretching an arm and a leg, the money finds its way to you.
I thank God for this opportunity, and I thank Rose of Sharon Foundation for this great opportunity. We came here not knowing what we are going to be learning, but we are grateful to God for the insight. The facilitators have been nice. They gave us real life experience, and they taught us a lot of things about business. And I hope that we'll be able to go back to take these things into use and to use it to help our business and to grow business forward and be like them.
And I must also commend, the foundation and management and all those who were part of this selection process. It was a thorough one, without doubt. If my colleagues have spoken so well about each of the, sessions they're in, mine is no different. And we talked on branding, and I believe that each and every one of the 8 in our group are ready for the new. They all have.
Thank you so much, Rose of Sharon Foundation, for this insightful meeting. At the beginning, I had issues with strategy. How do I strategize? How do we remain sustainable? But from the master class, I've been able to gain some insights, one of which is I might probably need to go back and work out my financial model and some other tips I got from the class, and moving forward I'll implement them and we'll be sustainable.
I'm so happy to be here today, and sincerely I learned a lot today. I learned about registering business and business evaluation. So it was top notch, and
it was very inspiring. My expectations were surpassed. I thank the foundation for the quality of the facilitators. It was not the regular speakers. These were trained people with experience, and we got practical examples broken down to theory on how to scale to our businesses.
So glad to be part of this. Thank you so much, Rose of
Thank you.
Sharon. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's been really amazing.
Very exciting.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Elijah Moses. I'm the co-founder of Fugatel Technology. Basically, we're a fintech telecom power solution that is focused on closing the digital divide in developing communities.
My name is Taiwo Kumi. I'm a baker. And then in the baking world, I don't just bake, I also make crafts for baking.
The masterclass program opened me to a lot of things because we are being mentored by a lot of people on ground then. It gave me insight on diversity in agriculture, that if one aspect is not forthcoming, you can also diversify.
During the business cleaning section in the month of November, right? In fact, the moment we were done, the day we were done with the section itself, the next day I applied for, guess what? I applied for a competition. So it was more like a tech-related competition. And we asked to actually pitch our ideas to a group of very smart investors. And my startup emerged the top position, and we got access to about 500,000 Naira worth of grant, and also got access to extra funding in terms of mentorship and in terms of resources that can help us scale. So far, I have been able to put the knowledge to work in my business, and I can say, truly, it works.
My expectation during the masterclass was just to get impacted and gain business strategies for moving my business forward, because this, my business, means a whole lot to me. So I'm always looking out for opportunities that are geared towards improving my business. So during the masterclass, I gained a lot.
I saw that they were able to classify the learners into separate groups. So for instance, I was in branding, sales, and the strategy. I'm sure that some other members were in, I think, financial planning and some other groups. But the fact that they were able to identify our unique problems and then put us in groups with a mentor that is experienced in that line was really unique.
Masterclass makes me know that there is more. You know, I'm presently in a class that I signed up for, a marketing invisibility class, sales and visibility class. You know that should I say hunger for that class was bettered in the master class. A kind of follow up to continue whatever it is I've been taught. You know, everything cannot be taught on that day, so it made me look out for another class that can help. You know, should I say help continue whatever it is I learned there. So
the testimonies are amazing.
Yeah.
You remember the Fugatel Technologies guy?
Yeah.
Who was able to raise funds.
Yes.
A lot of money after he was mentored under the resource mobilization and funding class.
It was
amazing.
It's interesting that immediately he went out and implemented.
Absolutely.
And he got grants. And that's just amazing, isn't it?
We have so many like that.
So many
like that.
So many.
And so that brings us to where we are now, thinking of how to scale up, thinking about the next steps for business people.
Yeah.
Right?
So for Ross, we are deeply grateful for the opportunity to do this. And the fact that the pilot is worked so well. So definitely there's going to be other editions, right?
Exactly. Another edition of Business Clinic is coming up from the Rose of Sharon Foundation and Bosworth Marketing Consulting.
Yes, so.
Yeah. So please look out for it. There might be a little bit of improvement here and there, but we're looking for something much better. So look out for it.
Okay, so please, whenever you hear the Rose of Sharon and Bosworth Marketing Consulting Business Clinic, you know that it's going to be good, right? It's going to be really good. So please look out for it.
Thank you.
And it's such a pleasure to collaborate with Rose of Sharon. Big thanks to the founder, the Apostle Olorunso Alakija. We are so deeply grateful for your leadership
and your encouragement always.
Absolutely,
We are blessed to have you,
we are
ma.
blessed to have you, ma. It's wonderful. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Elijah. That's awesome. Even getting this second testimony is really amazing. But just attending our little business clinic masterclass, the mentorship program. I'm really excited to hear that. Now to move on, I would like to welcome Mrs. Ibukun Akinola. I think she's she's the CEO of Piggyvest. I think it's now known as Tech. She's also a co-founder as well. If I didn't get the introduction right, so please when you are speaking, kindly correct me. She's going to be taking the first presentation and it's titled Embracing Technology and Innovation for Career Growth and Software. She's going to be giving us the practical approaches. The floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I stand up? Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm not the CEO of Piggyvest. The CEO of Piggyvest is my co-founder, Shonko. I am the head of customer finance for the Piggy Tech Group. Yes, I'm also a co-founder of Piggy Tech. We started it. We've been in tech for 11 years. So as you can see, that's what I've done. No work in banking, no work in many other tech. I'm young and very most of the yeah. So my knees are already telling me that I'm bent down to 30,000 years. Yeah. My guy, congratulations. I'm very, as I heard all of that, I know what 150,000 was. Wow. Obviously, he will do now, and I would love to hear more details when you catch congrats again. When young people are doing something, especially now, was encourage them so that they channel their and we call channel their zeal into the right thing, right? So that there must be love. When you in other things, when you see people of our age, our age, our age doing things. You know that they are serious. They just need to stand in one direction. I'm very grateful to be here. Watching the documentary, I love the structure already. This is the by the side kind of vibe, and I am very honored to be invited to this place. Um, I definitely want to thank Apostle. So there's something I was thinking about when I knew that I was going to, talk here. And one of the things that I believe that the Lord shared was when, and in my church as well, this is some of the things that we've been putting in our face this period. When God wants to do something, He tends to, the characters in the Bible, when He was telling them, I'm going to do this, He kind of put a picture in their face. So when He's talking to Abraham and say, I am going to make you the father of nations, He didn't just use hands. He said, come outside, look at the stars. So as many as you can count. So what that did was give Abraham a picture as to what, oh my the world, I'm going to take over the world with these many stars. When the children of Israel had issues and He told them, raise the brazen serpent, what God said is look, right? There's something with sight. And what I think the apostles' purpose is, one of the purposes is sight. For women like us, especially, that love the Lord and want to, not even just Christian, because I mean, she says to the world. So when women especially see that there is a sight, there's a picture. I can picture this thing and say it can be done, even if it's in seed form, even if it's in any form, she has done it. So whatever the Lord has said, He has sent someone to do it. So when He says, look, I can look at her, we can look at her, anybody can look at her and say, that is a picture of my future. And it was so heavy in my spirit. So I want to thank her for, all of the, because if she saw my picture, I said, I don't like this person. There's nothing that, there's nothing that she can, I can do about it. But I'm very grateful for the leadership. I'm very grateful for the leadership of this foundation. My friend Ayomide as well, been forgiving me the whole month. But so thank you. I'm so grateful to be here. Right. So let's I might stand up a couple of times. I'm very restless. It's restless people that know how to do tech. Gentle people don't. As I saw him, he has moved from here to here in 3 minutes. I'm like, it's my guy. So my name is Ibukun Akinola. You can call me IBK. You all call me IBK. And like I said in the beginning, please, I want to be timed. So that I don't go to here. Please don't my time. Don't look for it. Yeah. I graduated from Covenant University, best school in the world. Check it. Okay. 7 of us started, what is known as Tech now, all of us went to Covenant. I don't think there is any typical Nigerian election period happened. So I knew I saw. That's not the topic of today. So let me just move on from it because as you can see, I'm sure people have noticed that I'm triggered by just relieving, NY. Then from there, I went to my master's in I studied accounting as my first degree. But accounting can be somehow. So I knew that I wanted to. Okay, so there's an echo. Okay, so I knew that I wanted to do something else. So for my master's, I then mastered in international business, right? So, but I said that to say this because I went to the best school in the world, according to me and other people, and we had a good education, right? But when we got to an advanced country, I was startled a bit. So I was like, oh wow, things actually do work, right? So I was open to a lot of things that you didn't have to lobby for, and so I called home. And by that time, so by the time I was doing my master's, my brother had finished his own degree at Covenant. And then I called home one day and he's like, oh, I came home with two of my friends. We are building something. I'm like, oh, what are you building? They said they are building a discount loyalty platform. And for me, that was the first culture shock I saw when I got to the UK because discount loyalty is everywhere. As a student, you can get discounts everywhere. And I'm like, oh my God, I am currently living this reality. Let's talk. So I was always calling home, sending, picture of the cards, telling them that's the first time I heard about NFC. Like it was that kind of experience where I was just telling them everything that I was experiencing. So I knew that by the time I was coming back home, I was coming to work for and with the guys. So that was my brother AY, then Somto and Josh. So I was speaking to Somto on the phone a lot because he's the coder, he's the builder, he's the genius. So we were, doing a lot of that. And so it was called paroles.com. So by the time we came back, I spent my first 6 months, working, with them. My dad was annoyed. I spent Saduru, Wolori, you're coming back to come and work with some boys. Yeah, so I went to work for his friend for like 6 months. But when you know that sir, you study. I put accounting on my jam form because you're an accountant, not because I have any passion for it. So I knew that that wasn't. So one day, something called me. We are registering the company. Oh, let's go. I say, let's go. That's how in July of 2014, I just told my boss. In short, at the time, I told him that I'm going to resign. He now traveled. So when he traveled, I now dropped my resignation. He called my dad. He was saying, how can you work for your younger brother? I said, it's okay like that, right? Because I was very passionate about what we're doing. We're young. And besides, we don't know what we're doing. I was 24 at the time. A lot of my mates were, doing whatever. But me and my guys, we just started. Then if you listen to Odun's story, Odun, who knows Odun of Piggyvest? Everybody knows Odun of Piggyvest, right? When you listen to Odun's story, you hear when she says, oh, Sumtu called me from the window. We were all downstairs. Sumtu called her in. That's how Odun joined. Then I knew like Terry came, and then so that's how seven of us started this journey, blind leading the blind, and we all just started. And that's so when we started, and we saw that this discounting wasn't working as we thought it was going to work. Somto and Odun had started doing something else by the side. Somto built something. Somto is a genius, and it's one of the reasons that I know that my life is tied to this man. So I know that this man, wherever he says, when he says we should go like this, we'll all talk about it, and we're on the way there. He built something, and he said, our mates had finished school. We're all fresh graduates. We're not getting jobs. So they needed to write their CVs. So he built something that made it easy to write the CV. So we're just getting, orders from our friends and everything. And then we decided to tell us, okay, you've written this CV, help us get job. So we started that, we packaged it, we took it to some to build everything. We were just there to I was in finance. I was doing a lot of the finance, a lot of the tech finance. as well, right? So Somto did it, and then Mr. Olumide Shombo, he's the angel of angel investors you can ever find in Nigerian stroke African tech. And he saw us. When he saw us, if you ask him today, why did you invest in these guys? He'll tell you, oh, I knew that they are just starting off. So it's not like they are experts, but they all knew what they were doing. This one you are handling building. This one you are handling marketing. This one you are handling operations. So it's not like 7 people just went to him and said, give us money. By the time we got there, he will tell you he invested in the team, not necessarily what we're building. Because what we took to him to invest, we're not doing it again. Right? So we went to him and he saw what we said we wanted to do. We wanted we were rewriting CVs and we said we knew we had a problem. And the problem was that it wasn't easy to get jobs. In short, employment rate is at the highest of highs in Nigeria. Now, half of the youth, what am I saying? A large percentage of the youth are not employed. I might battle that data because employment is what? If you have something that you're doing as a business, you're self-employed. But in the way employment is, as far I'm not doing anything, a lot of the youths are just faffing around. And then all of us that had, that kind of training that Papa Yedeko would give you, we knew is either we change the world or we die trying, right? So Papa will be telling you at 100 level that your mates were already kings in the Bible and making decisions that he is making. So it's almost like he was bullying you and you're like, what am I doing with my life? And you hear Papa at the time, he was in his mid 50s at the time, because Papa is like 60 something now. And you're like, he has done this much. And I'm just 20 something. I finished school at 19. So he's like, start now so that you do more than us. So we had all of that ginger and we said, let's do this thing. So we started to do it small by small. By the time, listen, practical approaches. We know something about practical approaches? They're not in points, they're in the stories. So you pick. At the end of my presentation, I will list points for you so that you will have something to take home. But listen to the approaches, right? So one, if you've been listening, you know I said one, and that's problem solving. We wanted to solve the problem of unemployment or make it easier for us to actually get jobs. So we built a system, and what did we do? We went and we sourced. Who are the people already doing what we want to do? We saw our orgas in the market, and we were not afraid of shame, we're not afraid of failure. That's the reason why give us anything, we can do it. Is it failure? We have failed. Is it broke? We have been, the prayer is not to be broke again. But we saw that our forefathers and forerunners in what we're trying to be, we're all doing the same thing. There was those job boards, you send your CV. So they will come and boast that we have 700,000 CVs, but so you employer just come and pick. But the problem is the employer doesn't want to spend so much time sourcing through CVs. So whether the person is skilled or not, you don't know. So we decided to solve that problem. We said we're going to pre-screen candidates to make sure that this pool that you're actually entering is not just a pool of 1 million CVs. But if it's 1 million, you say if you pick one, this person is qualified and all you need to do is interview. So at the time, this is 2015. So, now some things you'll be hearing now, you'll be like, but this is 2015, where all like that space wasn't yet, so we kind of transformed that space. So we did a thing. We did a growth hack. It's called a growth hack. We decided that, okay, we're going to gamify something. We're going to do 4 stages of a test. And we're going to tell employers, this pool has pre-screened candidates already, so you don't have to screen them, meaning you don't have to spend money, tell them to come to one place, tell them to write one test. So I've removed that cost from you already. So by the time you're entering this pool, I'm going to give you 10. Then all you have to do is final stage. That's what we're telling the employers. What we're telling the mass market is, look, once your CV gets here, there's a high chance you'll be employed. So you are not going to, so that you'll not be here, we regret to tell you, we're sorry, you are not qualified. We're going to help you. So we'll upskill you
we'll help you rewrite your CV. And that was, in short, by the time we started that test, this was in 2015. By the time we ended the employee test, by the time Push CV was sunsetting, we had 1 million pre-screened candidates. We're the largest database in Africa at the time, right? So we did it in such a way it went viral, right? We posted people on the dailies. It was the first time in my entire life. I'd seen money working with my boss, but it was the first time we made the amount of money we made. Our payment processor, Cash Invoice at the time, they blocked our accounts. That these trickles of money that is entering, because it's free. We've never built a product you pay for, but we built services around the product you can pay for. So we'll help you rewrite your CV, right? For a token, because by the time you're entering this stage, where is the stage where you are going to be specified? So if you're in accounting, we'll give you accounting exams. If you're in medicine, we'll give you, all of those type of things. So by the time we did that stage, wow, it transformed our lives. In short, people wanted to invest in us and all of that. So we used 2015 to do that, right? And it was just so amazing. We leveraged social media. How do you think it went viral? It was social media, right? So by the time we're done with that, in short, at some point, we had employed for hundreds and hundreds of SMEs and startups, and then banks. So there were some banks that we helped to do their graduate training for about 3 years, right? So you can imagine that recurring revenue for 3 years from a bank. You don't need to do too much, to be honest, right? But again, I'm talking about Push CV in the past tense. So you know already it's finished, right? So of course, with young people starting something, having a great mentor, but we still made a lot of mistakes. And one of the mistakes we made was we saw that we had a lot of orders, and so we employed a lot of people. And one of the things that, looking back now, is if we knew it was for a short time, we should have made it like a contract job and left. But again, we're trying to solve the employment problem. So how will you feel sacking people? Do you understand? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Right? So we did that, and that's one of the mistakes we made. But as you can know by now, 7 people that don't have sense. We said it's time to change the world. So we solved that. Instead of us to, keep doing that, you can trust. We started to experiment with everything. So we said, okay, white collar jobs, probably 20% of youths will have that. The GDP of Nigeria is heavily built on the revenue and the profits of SMEs, right? And mom and pop shops. That's what is literally carrying this nation. So we knew, okay, let us, we know that all our mates we don't have bank job and we don't have office job. Let's do something for the entrepreneurs. And of course, as hungry youths, we started with food, right? So we decided to build a platform called 500 Dishes. You should Push CV at this time. We're on the list of tech, everything tech in this Lagos. We're there, our picture, everything, People Google Push CV, you still see my face there, right? We're there. And then we started with 500 Dishes. We did 3 food festivals in Morokola Park. I remember that time to rent that place was 527,000 because it's me that will press the token. 3 food festivals we did, right? Now, this was still, all of this, still in 2015. We did 3 food festivals. We opened, now, because we've had this database of people looking for employment, we leverage technology to say, hey, here is this site we've just opened where if you are into food making, right, you can start to do this, join that product, right, and we'll connect you. We'll connect you to people that will order your food. Of course, we did 3 food festivals, so you know that it was a success. But again, I'm talking about it in past tense, as you can see. Let me just, upfront, I'm comfortable with failure. Failure and I were, geez, we are friends. I'm very comfortable with it, right? So when we saw that the money is no more coming as it is, because we had sponsorships, but the product itself wasn't working. So why was the product not working? I'll tell you one. One of it was logistics. This is 2015. Now, you know, logistics is no more a problem, right? You see delivery guys all the time. But you can imagine in 2015, when you can count the delivery bikes on the road. So we've promised people that make food, we'll get people to buy them. And people were buying them, but we couldn't get the food to the people. So we said, let's get our own. We got our own, we got our driver. When I said, when you see bike and driver, you can already imagine the problem. We just get called. I got half chicken. Baba was eating the food. No, and this man, he's an elderly man. So I can't go and shout at him and say, Baba, why did you eat the food now? I can't. We'll just hear, my chicken was eaten. So, wow. Anyway, so that's how that product sunset as well. We knew, okay, what's the next thing? Now, again, all of these experiments were occurring at the same time. So in our head, we have solved that problem. So we said, okay, let us do something. So we said, no, it's on our watch, we're going to do a lot of things. So after that, we opened 99 Star, and that was for the freelancers. So I can write. So we're doing it. We started that creative, something for the creative. So I can write, I can draw, I make music, I can help you write your article, I can help you put we even had people that, like accountants and all of that there, that can help small businesses make their financial statement. So we started to do that as well. And after that, we said, okay, what next? We decided to go into cleaning. So we said, okay, we've done stuff for people that are learned, right? Let's do for the artisans. Not that they are not learned, they are just educated in some other things. They are geniuses in some other way, right? This is one thing to note. Because somebody didn't go to school, right, doesn't mean the person is not a genius. Because somebody doesn't speak English, doesn't mean the person can't communicate. Have you noticed that when you go out and you see people we call area boys, they might not be able to speak English, but they can swindle you in Yoruba needs. So imagine that person being in fraud and intelligence unit in the police. That person will fish out anything. This is why I always say, it is not about the zeal. The zeal is there, it's to just be channeled properly. So yes, that's how we spent 2015 and 2016 doing all these experiments. But guess what happened? Who was funding it? The only product making money then was what? Who can remember in my story? Yeah. So Push TV, the one product making money, is funding all of these experiments. And it's a matter of time. We ran out of money. And in short, at that point, my family was already saying, Shebi, we told you. Shebi, we did. Shebi, we that. And how many of us know the piggyback story? The Twitter story? Twitter story. You guys are Gen Zs now. Okay, how many? You know now? That one that woman broke her box and was saving 1,000 naira daily. And at the end of 2015, by December 31st, she broke it, she put it on Twitter. So she had 365K. Went wild on Twitter. So it was a colo, she was just putting money inside. And Josh, my co-founder as well, he and Odun had started talking about it on Twitter. And then they brought it to the group chats. When they brought it to the group chats, of course, Somto is God. In 2 weeks, now we've built at this point 6 products. 1 alive, the other 5 just dancing around the place. So we knew how to build tech, and we had an expertise in B2C. So this is business to customer type of business model. We had that expertise. That's how we knew how to build. So we knew if it went viral with many people, oh, we can do this. what is the problem here and how can we solve it? So we decided to buy box. Our mates bought box. So we bought box as well. When we bought the box, it was only a matter of time. If one woman is putting 1,000 naira daily, by the third day, a lot of people couldn't do it. So all were us that started this thing. So we knew that that woman had one level of discipline that many people don't have. And even at the time, we were not as poor as we are now. And I mean, generally, as a youth population, right? So average at the time, people were making 150K. A lot of people were at the banks, as graduate trainee, blah, blah, blah. But we knew that if we could make people actually save, so we knew it was a culture problem. People didn't have the discipline to save, and people actually couldn't do it, or they were not knowledgeable about it. Expertise with building products that is B2C, consumer-based products. And guess who had launched at that time? Paystack. How many of us know Paystack? Yeah. Okay, how many of us want to be in tech in this place? All right. So Paystack is the Nigerian company that they have sold. In short, those people can never be poor again in their lives, right? Paystack exited for over $250 million, meaning that they transferred 250. Let me explain it in plain English. Stripe bought them and transferred $250 million into their accounts, right? So how many of us want $250 million? Me, I want. I don't know about you. So they exited, and so Stripe is also one of the biggest payments companies in the world, and bought their African version. I remember when Paystack was pitching at the time, they would say, we're the Stripe for Africa, especially if you listen to them. So it was such a sweet story that Stripe came and acquired them as well. So Paystack had launched, and we talked about it. The discipline problem. We identified the problem there, and it was a discipline problem. And so the discipline problem we decided to solve. Paystack had built an infrastructure around recurring payments. So we're like, okay, if we're able to get Nigerians to save weekly, daily, or monthly, we built that product around that infrastructure that Paystack had built. And well, like they say, the rest is history. I don't know who's watching, but PiggyVest is the largest consumer fintech in Africa currently, with like almost 5 million users in PiggyVest alone. Of course, we are experimental, so you know that we have not stopped at PiggyVest. How many of us know Pocket? Pocket by of course. So we had decided that, we had built PiggyVest for a while. And then, one of the things we did was we sat with ourselves. Okay, this thing is working. Let's not spoil it too. Let's not spoil it too. We know how to be jumping from one place to the other. Let's not spoil this one. So we sat down and made sure we built. Continue to build. Continue to listen to the people using the product. What do you want? How can we make this product better for you? They'll say, okay, this thing is too strict. Let's have something that is a bit flexible. We added the flex feature. We want to have some sort of investment, blah, 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 blah. We added it for them. And this is how we thought about it. At the time, to buy treasury bills, just to go to Zenith Bank and say, even in short, even to open a Zenith Bank at the time was 100K as minimum capital before the MGT came and made zero balance to open. But I want to buy treasury bills, and it's 100K to buy, just to enter. And this is the average user that is earning 150K. I'm not going to spend 100K out of my 150K. I'll see parents. If you are seeing a babe or two or three babes, you will still sponsor, you still go to KFC and go to all of it. With the 50K, I will still buy, one or two things for myself, and we are in. Yeah, so I'm wrapping up now. And so we had that kind of problem. So we said, you know what? we're going to enter this market with the power of numbers. You bring your 1K, you bring your 2K, you bring your 3K. So by the time we're going to the bank to say, this is a pool, right? This is a pool of money we have so that financial services are accessible, affordable to Nigerians. Because again, how many of us can remember what our parents did? And I'm 33. The time my mom was my age, she had bought the house that we're living in. So it's my mother that bought that house that we're living in Ogba. Before I moved to, that house, it's my mother that bought it at my age. She had already had me. I can't even imagine trying to buy a house now. Like, you first see 700 million. I'm like, is this one there? Are we all picking it? If there's a place, let's all go there and pick. So we understand that we are not getting things as easy as a lot of the previous generation did. But we cannot keep complaining. We would have to keep finding our way around it. So let me summarize my point. I hope you guys are listening. So I'm gonna summarize. I told you that the practical approach is in the story. So I hope you got some of it, but I will list out some points. First thing, practical approaches to business success, especially like business and career success. First thing is to innovate. You're not innovating. Innovation is not, the word is just big, it's not that deep, right? We did not innovate savings. We just did savings a different way. People have been saving from time immemorial. We just made savings easier. We made savings simple. You don't have to queue in a bank to save from the comfort of your home and on your smartphone. The other thing you need to do is experiment. Experiment. The average age here, how many of us here are up to 30? If you're 30 years old, raise your hand. I'm 33, so raise it, raise it. If you are less than 30, I just want to inform you that this is the age you can experiment with anything. Like this, my guy now that is doing stuff. I don't know what you are building, and I would like to know what it is. But tomorrow he can say he wants to quickly do insurance. Because by the time you are getting to 40, you might have responsibilities. Not that, the KFC guy, when you listen to their story, these are people that made it old age, Oprah. So it's not like age is a problem. But because responsibilities can come, you can have 3 things following you, calling you mommy, 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 daddy, 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 where you can't just close this one and start this one because there's school fees, right? This age is where you can experiment with anything. Once the idea drops in your brain, open your mind. Open your mind. And people think that capital or money is how will I put it? I need to be careful because yes, you need money, but you have to also be careful that money is not what you need to start. What you need to start is an idea, is a dream, and open your eyes, your imagination, blow it across the roof. Whatever idea that has dropped in your head, best believe somebody is doing it or a seed of it. Open this internet. Let me tell you that what you think you are doing, we still believe that we are local champions. We have people that are doing, so no matter the level of success we do or we have, and then we are obsessed with each other, 7 of us, we don't like to live far away from each other. We don't, it's very problematic. We are very into each other. Everybody knows who's dating someone. We are, we're too into each other. So we know that, okay, I have to make sure. Every day we challenge each other with this person is doing this person is doing this. And once you make sure that your mind is open, at 23, you will see a 17-year-old boy doing things that you're not doing. Look at the crypto geniuses now. They're all young. You see some small people coming up, like my knees, I can't stand too long again. But some people are doing things. So open your mind. You are getting old. Let me put it like that. You are getting old. So you have to keep learning. That's my next point. Keep learning. You can't rest on your laurels. How they used to say it. You can't say, oh, I have done. Keep learning. There are many new things. In short, learning can be overwhelming. So keep learning. And the last point I'm going to make is network. And I'm going to spend like 2 minutes here, which the last 2 minutes. People think that the best way to network is network up. Go and look for your helper. Go and look for one mentor. It has its place. It has its place, because yes. But there's no mentor that would always be looking at that one has his own life too. The best way to network is network horizontally. Look at my friend, my guy. I don't even know who this guy has been nodding his head since. I know I'll talk to him. I don't know what he can do for me. And he doesn't know what I can do for him. I don't know what expertise he has, right? But if you just look at my story, there was no big oga. There was just me and 6 others of my friends. And we decided that we wanted to change the world. So I hope that I've been able to just inspire you a little bit. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibukun, Akinola. That was wonderful, really, really wonderful. Thank you so much. The story is so beautiful, so motivating, so inspiring. A story can push anyone in here and anyone listening online to want to be the best that they can ever be, to put their ideas out there. Thank you so much once again. She made some very good, valid points, but 2 stood out for me. One of them was know what you're doing. Be sure of what you want to do. The second one is when you do your homework well, investors will come calling, they will come looking for you. You know, you don't put money and funding in front. That's not the main thing. That's not the first thing. You know, it's been wonderful. Thank you. So now we have Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. I was told he's already online and waiting. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, he says, yes, I can. Did we all hear him? Comms team, can you help me? Dr. Olumide Emmanuel is online. I heard him, but many people here didn't hear him.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
And can you see me?
Very well, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, good morning. How are you doing today?
Yes, sir. Dr. Olumide Emmanuel will be speaking to us from Manchester. And his topic says investment opportunities and financial management strategies for career growth and sustainability. He'll be speaking to us for 50 minutes. And thereafter, we have the first Q&A session where you could ask him anything you want to ask him. And you could also ask Ibukun Akinola whatever question you have. But please write your questions down. As Doctor is presenting, some of our team members will go around to pick your questions. And those online, please send your questions to the number on your screen, and then we can also share it with him when he's done. The floor is yours now, Doctor. Thank you so much, sir. Hello, Doctor. Did you hear me?
So am I good to go now?
Yes, sir. Proceed.
Okay, then. Okay, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. For those joining online, it's an honor to be a part of this today. And I caught a little part of the last session. So, and that means you guys have been getting some amazing contents already. And it is my hope that today will plant in you seeds of greatness and also ignite the seeds of greatness that is already within many of you and challenge you to go out there and make a difference. I'm going to be sharing a few things with you in the next 55 minutes. And like we have been told, you have an opportunity for us to be able to have a Q&A session just to learn. So I want to thank the organizers of this event and thank all the leadership of this amazing foundation. And thank God for the apostle, the woman of God, and for the coordinating ministers and the coordinating team. I believe very strongly that you guys are doing an amazing job, and it's my hope that all our labors will produce results maximally, and we will all be the best versions of ourselves and maximize our possibilities. So the topic is investment opportunities and financial management strategies for career growth and sustainability. So I'm just going to deal with few things that I believe will help us to be able to handle all the different things that have been itemized in that title. So number one, I'm going to be talking to us about the financial pyramid, just to be able to help us identify where we are as individuals. So it's going to be more like a diagnosis so that you can assess yourself based on the financial pyramid. Then I'll talk to us about the need to develop investment mentality, because the ability to identify opportunity is a function of the state of your mind and the internal software that runs your thinking. Then we're going to look into the portals of wealth creation so that you can identify where you want to play. And then we can now zero into some areas of opportunities that exist that you can think of. Excuse me for a minute, please. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. So we're going to wrap up with the opportunities, just sharing a few things. So let me start with the financial pyramid, and I would like you to take a note of this so that you can now identify where you stand on this financial pyramid. So whenever we talk about money, finances, wealth creation, there are 5 different levels on the financial pyramid. So on the financial pyramid, it is bottom heavy, just like every triangle. Now, so in the financial pyramid or the triangle of individuals on the journey to wealth creation and financial freedom, we have 5 different set of people on that pyramid or on that triangle. At the bottom of the triangle are people that are in what we call financial crisis. Financial crisis, and that is where a lot of people operate. Financial crisis. Now, when you talk about financial crisis, you are talking about people that are at a level in their life where they have little or no income at all. They have little or no income at all. They have issue with liquidity. They have issue with cash flow. They are always having, all kinds of lack, hardship, and insufficiency in place. One of the things you come to learn as you grow is that we are all gifted to spend. We are all anointed to spend. You don't need any special gift to spend. You don't need any special anointing to spend. When it comes to spending, everybody is gifted and anointed to spend. But as you continue to spend, you continue to also spend your future, and then you get into the future and discover that there's no future. So financial crisis is the lowest level, and that's where a lot of people play. So it's possible that you're listening to me right now and you're at that level. That's the lowest level, but that's not the end of the journey. Why? Your present state is not your final status. Just be rest assured that the fact that you are in financial crisis today does not mean you have to continue in financial crisis. The second level is the level that we call financial instability. Financial instability. At the level of financial instability, this group of people have a source of income. Many of them are working. They probably earn minimum wage or medium wage. And what characterizes this group of people is the fact that even though they have a regular source of income, their take home cannot take them home. The monthly income is not enough to take care of their monthly expenses and monthly requirements. And like we've always said, once your expenditure is greater than your income, your upkeep will become your downfall. So for this group of people, they make money every month. But at the end of the month, they don't have anything left. There's no savings, there's no investment, because sometimes they even have to borrow from the next month to be able to take care of this present month. They have to buy some things on credit and pay instrumentally. So they are in that financial instability. And for this group of people, any unexpected expenses, any crisis in their life takes them back into financial crisis. So even though they have a stable job, if they lose their job, trouble. If they have an unexpected expenses trouble, their car breaks down, that's even if they have a car, or an appliance spoils in the house, or there's an increase in a bill, or someone falls sick in the family and they need to pay money, they enter financial crisis. Why? Because they are not very far away from crisis, they are in financial instability. The third set of people who are the people at the middle of the triangle, at the middle of the pyramid, are those that are in what is called financial stability. Now, these guys and this group of people that live in financial stability are people that are doing well. They are high flyers. They are people that have, good income. They have savings. They have a car. They even have a house. Some of them even travel abroad. They have cars. They have savings. They go on vacation. They do well. So they are like the big boys of the society. However, if you look into their life closely, you will realize that these are possibly the most deceived set of people in the pyramid and in the triangle. Why? Those that are in financial crisis know they are in crisis and they are seeking for help. Those that are financially unstable know that they are unstable and they are seeking for help. But those that are in financial stability has a mental, psychological, and an emotional deception that all is well, even though all is not well. And the reason why they are the most deceived set of people is because they have physical things to show. They have houses, they have cars, they go on vacation, their children are in private school, they have savings. So as far as they are concerned, I'm good because they have all the physical things to show that they're doing well. But the major reason why they are the most deceived set of people is the fact that everything they have is based on active income. Everything they have is based on monthly income, based on the job that they do. If they lose their job today, within 90 days to 180 days, they are in financial crisis. That is why they are very busy. So you see a lot of people that work in oil company, they work in high telecom, blue chip company, telecom industry, they are senior managers, they have money. Some of them earn millions every month. They have official car, they have personal car, they have house. But if they lose their job now, and that monthly income is no more coming, the annual vacation money is no more there, the annual bonus is no more there, you just suddenly realize that they really don't have anything to show for what they have been doing. So you find out that they will go back into crisis because all the money they have, all the things they have been able to acquire is because they are actively working. And they have an active income every month. But once that active income stops coming, they go back into crisis. So begin to look at that and look at yourself as you journey through this with me. The fourth set of people are the people that are what we call financial independence. Financial independence. When you are in financial independence, it means you have come into a place in your life where the income and the cash flow from your assets and your investment can take care of all your needs, all your wants, all your luxuries, and you still have many more money and resources left over. What do I mean by that? It means that by the time you are in financial independence, you have lots of assets that are producing cash flow for you. You have lots of investments that are producing cash flow for you. And the cash flow from this asset and this investment put together can take care of all your needs, take care of all your expectations, and you still have enough left. That is when you say you are financially independent. At that point, whether you work or you don't work, the income from your assets and the income from your investment can take care of you. And that is the realm a lot of people are longing to get into. Everyone that understands life wants to journey into a place of financial independence so that they can be able to leave a legacy, live the best life, live the best version of their life, and leave a legacy and leave the world a better place than they met it. But there is a final level that we call the tip of the iceberg, that we call the top of the pyramid, and that is financial freedom. Now, at the level of financial freedom, there's a little tweak between financial independence and financial freedom. And the little tweak is when you are financially independent, it means that you have become independent because you don't need to work to live. You don't need to work to take care of yourself and all your needs. But if a lot of people have to depend on you, it may be a lot of challenge for you. And that's why the fifth level is financial freedom. At the level of financial freedom, You don't just have enough coming in from your asset and your investment for you and your family. You have enough for as many thousands and multiple thousands that needs your help. And that's why we have a lot of people today that have set up foundations where they are putting billions of dollars and they have employed hundreds of people to help them share the money through their foundation. And that is what happens now. This program is being put together through the foundation of someone that has been blessed, that has set up a foundation so that she, along with other people, can now help other people become better versions of themselves. And that's what happens when you get into the realm of financial freedom. So we need to understand this so that as you are listening to me right now, wherever you are in the world, you'll be able to do a proper diagnosis of yourself to know where you presently are, and then begin to make up your mind to move from one level to the next level until you get into that place where you are able to now say, I am financially free, which is the plan that I believe everyone should have for their own personal life. Now that we have dealt with this financial pyramid, it therefore means that if you are going to then become the best version of yourself and maximize your possibilities, you need to do what we call developing investment mentality. You need to develop investment mentality. Why? You see, the world we live in today, no one will plan your life for you without your direct involvement. No one will plan your life for you without your direct involvement. If it's going to be, it's up to you. Because see, in the world that we live in, when you become successful, a lot of people want to investigate the source of your success. How did she make money? How did he make money? People want to investigate the source of your success, but nobody investigates the source of your poverty. That is your own responsibility. It's your responsibility to sit down and tell yourself, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. It's your responsibility to tell yourself, I will not follow any negative pattern. I will not be a negative statistic. Where your ancestors has failed you, you cannot afford to fail your descendants because you are the ancestors of your descendants. You are living today and you think you are just an ordinary person, or you are an ancestor in the making. Your great-grandchildren will look back at you and call you an ancestor. So you're already an ancestor of the descendants that will come out of you. You are creating another ancestry. And if those that have come before you, your ancestors have failed you, you cannot afford to be an ancestor that will fail your own descendant. The fact that you came out of a broken home does not mean a broken home have to come out of you. The fact that you came from a poor family does not mean a poor family have to come out of you. And that is why you now need to look at this triangle and this pyramid and identify where you are and say to yourself, I will not be a negative statistic. And to come out of that, you now need to develop investment mentality. Because developing investment mentality, going back to our topic is investment opportunities and financial management strategies for career growth and sustainability. If you don't have investment mentality, you will not even be able to identify opportunities. Because when opportunities come, when you don't have investment mentality, when the opportunities come, you will not be able to identify them. You will not be able to maximize them. Because one of the things that will need to happen for you to be able to maximize investment opportunity is you need to have savings. You need to know how to delay gratification. And if you don't have those things in place, even though the opportunities may be there, you will not be able to take advantage of it. So what is investment mentality? We'll talk about developing investment mentality. What exactly is investment mentality? I give you 3 definitions, and then we'll move on to look at other things that we need to look into. So number 1, investment mentality is a mindset that is concerned about the multiplication of all that you have. Investment mentality is a mindset that is concerned about the multiplication of all that you have. So when you have investment mentality, it means that everything that you have, you're always thinking of how to increase and multiply it. Investment mentality is that mindset that says, okay, I've got $100. How can I turn this $100 into $200? I've got 100,000, I've got 30,000 naira. How can I turn this 30,000 naira into 50,000 naira? That's investment mentality. You're always thinking of multiplication. The thought of the investor, the thought of the diligent tends only to plenteousness. You're always thinking multiplication. You are not thinking consumption. Because what happens with a lot of people is, once money comes, money has come, what am I going to do with this money? Wow, I need to think of what, oh, that shoe, oh, that bag, oh, that wristwatch, oh, that gadget, oh, that this. They're always thinking of consuming and consuming. And that's not investment mentality. So you need to have that mindset of an investor, which is a mindset of multiplication. Every time money comes, you are thinking about how to multiply it. And that opens up your mind to a lot of possibilities that are already existing around you. Number two, investment mentality is the mindset that is concerned about the acquisition of assets and not liabilities. Investment mentality is a mindset that is concerned about the acquisition of assets and not liabilities. A lot of people are where they are today financially because they have spent their life acquiring liabilities instead of assets. And if you continue to acquire liabilities, you are not going to be able to come into a place of wealth. So investment mentality is that mindset that is concerned about what? The acquisition of assets and not liabilities. So every time money leaves your hand, it is to acquire assets and not liabilities. If your life is filled with liabilities instead of assets, wealth creation will be far from you. So let's break it down. What is an asset and what's a liability? An asset is anything that appreciates in value and brings cash flow into your life. So anything that you put money into that continues to appreciate in value, anything you acquire with money that continues to appreciate in value, that's an asset. Anything that you put money into or acquire with money that produces cash flow, that's an asset. But anything that you put money into or acquire with money that reduces in value is a liability, no matter how essential you consider it to be. It will just end up being an essential liability. Anything you put money into or acquire with money that takes money from you in the name of upkeep and maintenance is a liability. So when you do a diagnosis and an inventory of your life, and you realize that you have more liability than asset, then you need to make an adjustment, because that's the missing link for a lot of people. They have more liabilities than assets. Their bungalow is in their wardrobe. Their bag and shoe to match. Their destiny is not matching their bank account. Oh, I love shoes. I love shoes. You have only 2 legs. You are buying shoes like an octopus. You are buying things that you don't need. And at the end of the day, you say village people are after you, whereas you are the village people that are ruining your own personal life by your personal choices. So you need to have investment mentality. Number 3, what's investment mentality? Investment mentality is a mindset that is concerned about bringing you to a level in your life where you will no more work for money, but money will work for you. Investment mentality is a mindset that brings you into a level in life where you will no more work for money, but money will work for you. Now listen and listen well. There is nothing wrong working for money. We all will most likely start from that point. But remaining at that point is not right. So you may start out working for money, but investment mentality is that mindset that helps you to structure your life in such a way that you have a plan in place, so that at a point in your life, you will no more work for money, but money will begin to work for you. Instead of you working hard for money, money will be working hard for you. And I personally believe that nobody, and I repeat, nobody should work for more than a maximum of 15 years of their active life to get to that place where money begins to work for them. So that means if you start working at the age of 20, by the age of 35, you should have come to that point where whether you work or not, money is working for you. If you start working at 25, by the age of 40, you should have come to that point in your life where whether you work or not, money is working out for you, because you have spent 15 years putting systems in place, acquiring assets and investing, so that 15 years after the acquisition of assets and investment, the result of that will be that money is working hard to produce more money for you. And if you continue to work, it's because you want to continue to do what you love doing, that you have discovered to be your purpose, not because you have to work to survive. And that's very, very important. So when it comes to you as a person entering into that realm, you need to know how to do this so that you eradicate every mindset that will hinder investment mentality. You have to eradicate consumer mentality. You have to eradicate entitlement mentality. You have to eradicate nomadic mindset that makes you to jump from job to job, career to career without focus, because at the end of the day, You know, like the last speaker said, you know, there are a lot of things you can experiment with when you are young, and that's perfectly okay. Because if you start out at 18, 19, or even 22, and you experiment for 3 years and you fail, by the time you fail at 25, maybe you cry for 2 years. By 27, you start again, you do another experiment, you fail again. At 30, you cry again, you start again. By the time you are 35, you should have failed 3, 4 times and you should have discovered yourself. So it's okay to experiment when you are young. But when you are old, you cannot experiment because you have only one life to live and nobody grows young, everybody grows old. Before you know it, you are 40, before you know you are 50, before you know you are 60. So it's very, very important to be intentional and reduce the level of mistakes you make, because when you are driving a car, you're on the road, well, you might, say accident comes and then maybe, one or two things on ground can help you. You can easily call a mechanic, you can call people to quickly come and help you, but by the time you are flying, you need precision science. There's no road in the sky, there's no mechanic, there's no neighbor, there's no other cars, there's no towing vehicle to come and meet you in the sky to help you to correct your mistake. So if you make mistake at a level in life where you're supposed to be operating precision science, the mistake will be more fatal. So you need to make sure that you are not into all this nomadic mentality, jumping from job to job, career to career, that we don't even know exactly what you are doing. And you are like someone with, confusion in place. And confusion should not be the software running your life. So you need to eradicate consumer mentality, always wanting to consume and consume. You need to eradicate entitlement mentality, always expecting that somebody owes you something. Nobody owes you nothing. You need to eradicate, nomadic mentality, moving from place to place. You also need to eradicate civil servant or civil service mentality, where you are just waiting for salary, alone, salary. Salary will not help you at the end of the day. And then you also need to eradicate materialism mentality, where you are so materialistic, you are just acquiring and acquiring and acquiring. You need to understand that if you eat tomorrow's food today, you are going to be hungry tomorrow. If you wear tomorrow's clothes today, you will be naked tomorrow. If you live tomorrow's life today, you have no life to live tomorrow. So you need to make sure that you eradicate all this toxic mindset so that you can stay true to investment mentality, and then it will help you in your journey. Then I want to talk to us now about portals of wealth creation. The portals of wealth creation, because in the topic I've been given, the focus is looking at investment opportunities and financial management strategies for career growth and sustainability. So it's trying to tie more into career people, but I want to share with you the portals of wealth creation so that even though you may be a career person, you need to understand that there are other things you can do while you are still in that space of building a career. Now, there are 3 portals of wealth creation. Number 1, we have the entrepreneurship portal. The entrepreneurship portal for wealth creation is the portal that those who want to become wealthy through entrepreneurship, that's the route that they take. So the entrepreneurs, they are captains of industry. They start a business, they build a business, they run a business, they want to be solution providers. And everyone cannot be an entrepreneur. So there are people that's their own portal. Number 2, we have the investment portal. We have people that over a period of time in their life, they have been able to acquire a lot of resources, and they have been able to discover that all they want to be is to be an investor. So they look for and identify all kinds of opportunities that they can invest into. And like the last speaker was talking about different fintech opportunities and different fintech platforms, past, present, and the future ones. There are people that are venture capitalists. There are angel investors. There are people that just invest into that. And they don't necessarily have to be involved in the running of the organization. They invest and they just sit down and they get their dividend. Someone invested in Facebook. Someone invested in eBay. Someone invested in Amazon. Someone invested in Paystack. Someone invested in Piggyvest. Someone invested in all these different platforms. There are people that invested at different levels and at different stages. At some point, some people invested when there was nothing on ground, nothing to show for it, but they trusted in the idea and they invested. And there are people like that today that they are going through the investment portal and they sit down and they are earning billions every year just from all the investment that they have made in different platforms that have turned out to be good. But the third portal is the career portal. And the career portal are for those that want to become career professionals. They want to be intrapreneurs. They are people that love their career, they love their profession, they want to be career professionals, they are not entrepreneurs. And I remember many, many years ago, when I started to teach about wealth creation in the 90s, the late 90s, 98, 97, 98. I remember in 1998, I did a series on building transgenerational wealth, and then I did a series on freedom from labor. And I began to share with people on the need to break free from this salary mindset, and just let go of this salary mentality. And I had a session, a session this morning with a couple, and we're still sharing that earlier this morning here in the UK about the fact that when Asians and Jews come into the Western world, they come to start a business. But when Africans come into the Western world, they come to look for a job. And in a capitalist environment, once you are a salary earner, capitalism is not built for salary earner. The capitalist economy is built for entrepreneurs and investors. But a lot of people that come in here, instead of being entrepreneurs and investors, they settle for the career path and they settle for salary. And then the system is not built for salary earners. It's not built to favor salary earners. And that's one thing that many people have not understood. So the third portal is the career portal. You don't have to be an entrepreneur. But in order for you to succeed, you have to either be an entrepreneur, investor, or career person. But if you're going to succeed as a career person, depending on salaries alone can never help you to create wealth. It's not going to happen. There is nowhere in the world where salaries alone will be enough to make you wealthy. But salaries plus investment can help you to create wealth. And that's why I wrote my latest book. I don't know if you have the School of Money book. If you don't have the School of Money book, the School of Money book is a massive book. It's the book that teaches you how to make, manage, and multiply your money. It's a blueprint for entrepreneurship. It's a major wealth creation book that has helped lots of people all over the world. And my latest book is How to Create Wealth as a Career Person. How to Create Wealth as a Career Person. Entrepreneurs guide into the world of place. And the focus of the book is just to help career people to identify what they need to do in order for them to become successful in their career and still be able to create wealth. Because when I did that seminar in 1998, 99, I remember a lot of my guys were asking me, Asa, this is what you are talking about freedom for. Are you now saying we should leave our job? Are you saying none of us should become entrepreneurs? I said, no, I'm not saying you should leave your job. I'm not saying none of you should become entrepreneurs, but I am saying depending on salaries alone will never help you to become rich and wealthy. So apart from your salary, you need to know how to create wealth as a career person. And I began to push that. And when I wrote this book, I realized that it was very, very important to help people know that these are not new concepts. These are things we've been teaching for years that has produced results. What I did was, for the first time in my writing career, I brought in 16 other people to become co-authors of this book. So this is one book written by 17 authors. And what I did was I identified some of the people that were with me when I started teaching this stuff, people that joined, all the people that I have taught that are still career people and are now wealthy people, that have gone through that process of creating wealth, even though they are career people. I brought them in to share their experience and their journey, how they met me, the things I taught them, how they practice it, what are the things they were able to produce with it, and then share their practical assets that they have so that people will know, okay, these are guys that have practiced this thing and they have produced results with it. So if you are listening to me right now and you are a career person and you choose to go through the career portal, number one, realize that's not the only portal existing. You can do entrepreneurship, you can do investment, but if you decide that you want to be a career person, then you have to have understanding of how money matters work. And then once you have that understanding, it will help you to be able to be better positioned to then create wealth. So there are lots of things in the book that I will not be able to talk about right. So there are lots of stuff in in the book that I will not be able to touch, but there are a few things I want to touch just for you to know what to do. So in case you're a career person, a few things I want to deal with, then I will now share with you some opportunity that will help you to be able to create wealth so that you can see the opportunity map and then be able to make your decisions as you proceed. So number one, the first thing you need to know is, which is what I call the laws of wealth creation. And with these laws of wealth creation, it will help you as an individual to know how to proceed. I'm not going to explain them because there's not enough time to explain them. In the laws of wealth creation, the first law of wealth creation is the law of financial intelligence. The law of financial intelligence. So everyone, no matter who you are, you must be committed to financial education and financial intelligence. Because the more you learn, the more you earn. Your learning capacity determines your earning capacity. If you know better, you will do better. So you need to learn about money. And that's why if you don't have any of my materials, you need to do that right now. School of Money book, Pathway to Wealth, how to create wealth as a career person, 50 common money mistakes to avoid, bridging the gap between the rich and the poor, how to create your success story, how to increase your value in the marketplace. All these are materials that are available that you can take advantage of. And then you can go to my YouTube channel at Dr. Olumide Emmanuel on YouTube and watch loads of video, hundreds of hours of videos on wealth creation that can help you. And if you follow me on my social media platform from time to time, I do a lot of free events and I do a lot of talk and live broadcasts online that will help educate you. So it's the law of financial intelligence. Number two is the law of delayed gratification. The law of delayed gratification. These are laws that you need to now know how to apply. So when you're a career person or whoever you are, as money begins to come, you don't spend all the money. You delay gratification. Because, for instance, if you are young, I have one of my daughters that worked in the bank. She's back in the bank right now. She worked in the bank, and when she was working in the bank, she was able to save a lot of money because she was working, she was earning well, but she was not paying rent. She was living with one of our mentors also. She was living with them, so she was not paying rent. And then because of the fact that our house to the office was not far, she also had opportunity to be using the staff bus. So at the end of the day, she was making so much money. But because she has learned under me, she grew up learning about investment, learning about taking financial responsibility. She was into massive savings. And when she wanted to now go and do her master's, she already had millions saved that she didn't need anybody to sponsor her. In fact, the company did not want to let her go because they felt you are too valuable. You want you back. She left the company, went for her master's, paid all her way through, and then she's back in the company, earning again. She's still single, she's not married, but she's not into, bone straight, designer this and that, buying this. She's not into all that. And there's nothing wrong in that if you can afford to buy it, but if you cannot afford it, there'll be trouble. So you need to learn to delay gratification. And when you're able to delay gratification, it will now help you to do the number three, which is savings, the law of savings. Then you now begin to save. You begin to save, you begin to save. And then the more you are able to save, the more you will have to do number four, which is the law of investment. Because savings is not an investment, but you save so that you can invest. So savings is not an investment, but savings helps you to have what it takes to now put into an investment. So you are now able to now invest the money. And a lot of people tell you, I cannot afford to save. You cannot afford not to save. Saving is not negotiable. You must save because what you save today will save you tomorrow. And if you don't save, you are not safe. Let me help you understand this. I did a series last year, October. You can go to my YouTube channel and see Developing a Savings Culture Part 1 to 5. And one of the things I help people to understand is this. Every money you are going to be paid in your lifetime will not be paid to you once. Every money you are going to be paid in your lifetime will not be paid to you once. It will be paid to you periodically as monthly salary or monthly or periodic income. And because money is tripartite, money is a spirit, money has a soul, money lives in a body. Money has a past, money has a present, money has a future. In order for you to become successful financially, you need to activate the tripartite dimension of money. So every time you earn that salary, a portion of that money belongs to your past, to take care of the bills that you have already incurred. A portion of that money belongs to your present to take care of your ongoing obligation. A portion of that money belongs to your future. It is called savings and investment. So when you eat up every money you make now and you are not saving, you're also eating your future. And what more can we define as witchcraft? If you are eating your future, are you not a witch eating your future? So that's what's happening to a lot of people. They eat up their future and they get into the future and discover that there's no future. You know why? Because there's actually nothing called future. There's nothing called tomorrow. The future is a concept. Tomorrow is a concept. Today is yesterday's future. Today is the tomorrow you spoke about yesterday. So 10 years ago, you said your future is bright. 10 years later, how far is your future bright now? So you don't have a bright future. The future you create is the future you inhabit. So the more you are eating all your money without savings, you don't really have a future. You have eaten your future already. And you get into the future to discover that your future is blank. So you need to save money. It is that money you save that will now help you to be able to now invest. And then when you now invest, that investment will now begin to bring you return. So the law of investment, so savings is setting money aside for a purpose. Investment is sending money on assignment for a return. So when you are investing, instead of you working for money, your money is now the one working for you. So you need to put more money in investment so that your money will be working hard for you, so that you can be able to have more money coming in. And then the next one is the law of asset acquisition. So even though you are a career person, you are working, you now need to begin to do what? To acquire assets. And we have told you what an asset. So you are putting money together in savings, you are investing. You are putting money together in savings, you are acquiring assets. You are putting money together in savings, you are investing. You are putting money together in savings, you are acquiring assets. Over a period of time, you will now realize that all your investment, all your assets, what is coming from there is taking care of you. And then you are financially free. And that's how it works. But if you spend all your money now, you have official car, instead of you to take the opportunity now that you have official car to begin to save money, to buy land and build houses, or to buy a house and pay up, you say no. Then you have official travel. Now you are traveling for free, or you have official opportunity to borrow money in the company through cooperative or borrow interest-free loan. Money for this, you are not no man nothing. You are not taking advantage of the opportunity to acquire assets. Then you now work 15 years later, 17 years later, they let you go. In 2007, 08, we had the crisis in the stock market. We had the bank consolidation crisis. Now another bank consolidation is coming up now. Many people are going to lose their job. There's going to be mergers and acquisitions. So people are going to become casualties of that again. Then they will say it's really people again. No. You need to realize that there are laws that governs these things. And if you apply the law, it will help you. The next is the law of cash flow. The law of cash flow is good to have assets. It's good to have investment. But if the investment and the asset is not producing cash flow, then there'll be a limitation to your journey. So you need to have cash flow flowing into your life consistently from different angles. And then we have the law of covenant compliance. The law of covenant compliance. A lot of people have missed it in life because they don't understand the place of the covenant. And let me tell you for free, you are either in the secret court or you are in the secret place. And you can deny it, you can fight it, you can say it's my life, and then I agree with that, and then no problem. You see, what you refuse to learn as a youth, you will learn as an adult with repercussion and consequences. The price you refuse to pay today, you will pay it tomorrow with interest. So it's your life, it's your life. When a fish falls in love with a bird and they say it's our life, you can't choose. The heart wants what the heart wants. No problem. A fish that falls in love with a bird is foolish, because where will you live? You are a fish. Water is your house. You are falling in love with a bird. The air is the house. Where will you live? Will you live in the air or live in the water? You are just operating in foolishness. So a lot of people are actually unwise and foolish because they think it's my life. I don't believe in all this covenant thing. And this people after our money. No problem. One day, just they play. You wake up one day and realize that in this life, you're either in the secret court or you're in the secret place. And if you don't apply the law of covenant compliance to align your life with the covenant, you will suddenly realize that you are building everything you are building on sinking sand. So now, in closing, let me now take us into the opportunity map. And The reason why I want to do this is because when it comes to, investment opportunities, which is what we want to bring everybody into, there are many opportunities in different areas of life. So wherever you are, based on what you have learned now, let me now show you the 17 areas that you can invest into anywhere in the world and you will never be wrong. 17 areas you can invest into anywhere in the world and you'll never be wrong. And in these 17 areas, once I'm done with this, if I still have time, I will now tell you 7 channels in each of these areas. But if I'm not able to get it, let me just show you 17 areas. These are 17 industries, 17 aspects of life that if you are able to invest into it, you will do well. Like the last speaker was saying, they did not invent savings. They did not invent savings, but they have been able to add innovation, because whatever you are doing today, all you need to do is to make sure you can do it either cheaper, better, or faster. So if you can do whatever is existing today, if you can do it cheaper, you will have a market. If you can do it better, you have a market. If you can do it faster, you have a market. That's what innovation and creativity is all about. Everybody will not be an inventor, but everybody can be creative and everybody can be innovative by taking what already exists and doing it cheaper, faster, or better, and then you're good to go. So they did not invest savings, but they are doing savings faster now. They are doing savings better, and I believe also cheaper. And then it's easier for everybody to plug in, and the market is big. So take a list of these 17 areas. Number 1, food. Food. Anything that has to do with food, if you do it well, you will not go wrong anywhere in the world. Anything that has to do with food. And each of these points alone is a different module on its own. So there are different dimensions. So you can do food, you can be in any of the value chain, you can be in the raw material, the processing, the packaging, distribution, and all that. So in the value chain of food, there is so much that can be done. Number 2, clothing, fashion. Anything that has to do with the fashion industry, you can't go wrong anywhere in the world. Anything that has to do with clothing and fashion, you can't go wrong. So it's an area that you need to think about and look into it and know whether you want to be in the raw material, the processing, the packaging, the distribution, the marketing and sales, anywhere. Fashion, you won't go wrong. Number 3, shelter, real estate. Anything real estate, anywhere in the world, you won't go wrong. Anything real estate, anywhere in the world, you won't go wrong. All you need to do is do it well, do it right, and then you will be good. Number 4, communication. Anything communication, because the world we live in today, communication is increasing, it's advancing. Many of you, I don't know how old you are in the hall right there. In our own days, it used to be, you send a telegraph, and then you send the fax, and then we went to post office to post. But now, communication is, it's on another level, and it's becoming, more and more and more important to communicate faster and more effectively. Many of the things happening today now are things that in our own days, there were dreams that were saying, oh, I wish this can happen. But today now, many of the things we wish can happen have been surpassed. And more is going to be happening as we move forward. So communication, so look into different aspects of communication technology. Number 5, transportation. Anything transportation, you will not go wrong anywhere in the world. All you need to do is to identify it, understand it, and do it right. Because mobility, people will need to move from one place to the other. Goods will need to move from one place to the other. Valuables will need to move from one place to the other. And that needs to be looked into. Number 6 is education. Education is another major area that if you do it right anywhere in the world, you will not go wrong. So you need to begin to think, what aspect of education do I want to settle down for? And there are so many dimensions to education. There are schools, there are academic schools, there are academies, there are vocational institutes, there are empowerment training center, there are all manner of field in education. Number 7 is finance. Finance is another major area where you won't go wrong. People are looking for where to invest, what to invest into, how to invest. People are looking for how to maximize their resources, how to get the best from their resources. So anything finance, how to secure their finance, anything finance, you will not go wrong. Number 8, media and technology. Media and technology. Media is huge. Technology is huge. And there's so much money to be made. There's so many dimensions in the value chain of media and technology that you just need to look into which one fits into you, and then you plug in. Number 9 is safety and security. Safety and security. There's cyber security, there's human security, there's asset security, there's security in different dimensions that you just need to look into which area you want to settle down in, and then you are good to go. Number 10 is value system. Value system, being involved in the value system, religion is part of that. And that's why you see a lot of religious organizations all over the world. Churches are all over the world. A lot of people are saying we have too many churches. In fact, we don't have enough churches, because the word of God declares that the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord as the waters cover the sea. We may have a lot of useless churches. We may have a lot of irrelevant churches, but we don't have enough churches yet. So all over the world, because people's value system are being messed up, and we need the value system of people to be in alignment with the Creator's agenda. So that is one area. Number 11 is manufacturing. There'll be need for manufacturing with 3D printing, and so manufacturing is going to be there forever. We need to continue to produce and manufacture things, and there are people that need to stay within that area and operate in the different part of that value chain. Number 12 is power and energy. Look at our nation, Nigeria today. We still have power issues. The grid has been failing over and over again, and now they're trying to increase the tariff, and we have all kinds of alternative power. We have focused majorly on hydro. Now there is solar, there is wind, there is gas. There are all kinds of things that we need people to come up with innovation and creativity in that area. And these are massive opportunities that people can explore in order to be able to create wealth and make a difference in their world. Number 13 is sports. Sports, my. You have no idea how much money is in sport, I'm telling you. Every aspect of sports, every aspect. Many people only know about football and tennis, maybe boxing and wrestling. No. Sport is a whole gamut of dimensions to sport that you can stay only. There are people that are not into anything but they just produce the uniform. Some of them is just canvas or the sneakers that they produce, and they are doing billions. So it can be sport memorabilia, it can be even sports reporting. Just reporting sports, and you'll be amazed. So sports is a major aspect. Number 14 is leisure and entertainment, because after people have labored, they need to relax. That's why the Nigerian music industry, the Nigerian movie industry, the Nigerian comedy industry is growing globally, because people need to relax, people need entertainment. Nigeria is traumatic enough that you need something to cool your brain and cool your engine so that you don't lose your mind. So we need leisure and entertainment, and anywhere in the world is big business. Number 15 is intellectual property. People need to start producing things that will help their world. You need to become an inventor. You need to become a producer. You need to come up with solutions. You need to come up with products and services that will solve problems, meet needs, answer questions, and make a difference in your world. Number 16 is health and wellness. Health and wellness. The health and wellness industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And as people are moving on in civilization, we are beginning to realize the importance of living long and living healthy. Nobody wants to die young. So everybody's thinking of their health. Everybody's thinking of, eating organic, eating right, and exercising and being slim. So there are all kinds of stuff that are out there right now that you can also play in to become one of those that will harness the humongous wealth that is available in health and wellness. Then number 17 is to be a part of the 4th and the 5th industrial revolution. We are presently in the world of animation, in the world of AI, in the world of robotics, in the world of 3D printing. With AI now, within the next 5 years to 10 years, you'll be amazed. I'm telling you, with AI, within the next 5 to 10 years, many of the career paths that many people are pursuing today is going to be extinct in the next 5 to 10 years. So there are a lot of people today that are still going to school to study courses that wants to solve yesterday's problem. And I can tell you for free, over 80% of what you learn in school right now is useless when you graduate. If you go into school right now to do a 4-year course, may you not go for 4-year sentence, because as you are entering school, by the time you graduate 4 or 5 years later, the world that existed when you enter school will no more be existing when you graduate. Am I saying don't go to school? No, I'm not saying that. I've got 2 masters and I have 2 PhDs, so I'm not saying you should not go to school, but I'm saying be careful the kind of school you go to, be careful the kind of courses you are going for, and be careful the number of years you are signing for, so they're not going to use you out to sign your sentence for 4 or 5 years, and then you come out and discover that the world has left you behind, and the course you study is a useless course that cannot help you. So you need to begin to think of the 4th and 5th industrial revolution, think of how AI and technology will affect whatever you are doing now, because many people that are today champions, they are the dinosaurs of tomorrow. And you need to be very, very intentional and strategic about doing a review of everything you do now to be sure that you are really where you are supposed to be, and you are really positioned and aligned for all that you need to be positioned and aligned for. And for all these 17 different areas, you can go to the raw material aspect of it, the processing aspect of it, the packaging aspect of it, the distribution and haulage aspect of it, the publicity and marketing aspect of it, the marketing and sales aspect of it, the regulation and governance aspect. You can play in any of those areas, and it will go a long way in helping you. So that's how far we can go because of the time. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that you can be the best version of yourself and maximize your possibilities. You just need to play your part. So thank you very much. I'll be taking your questions after now. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. We're really very, very grateful. I wouldn't want to mention anything about what he said. I'm sure we all got it in a bit. So we'll just move directly into the Q&A session, the first Q&A session. I have just 2 questions here for now, and I'm sure my team members have some questions. If you have any, please pick it up. Yeah, people are raising their hands. Please pick their questions quickly. But before they do, Doctor, I would like to ask this question. It says, how do you create additional income or wealth from a career portal? Working, making monthly income. Some of them probably sell books. Some sell their trainings online. Some do other things. Is that what you mean? Sir, did you get that?
Okay, so how do you create additional source of income as a career person? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, yes, as a career person, you can do all the things you have itemized. But like I said earlier on, you should plan your life in such a way that instead of you being the one working, you automate whatever you want to do so that money will be working for you. So yes, as a career person, one of the things you need to do is to understand the business of your career. So if you understand the business of your career, you can do consulting, you can produce books and training manuals, you can do all those stuff, fine. But what will be better is for you to have savings that you can now invest into other things or use to acquire assets that will continue to produce so that you will not need to really be working. Because if you're a career person, one of the things that will help you to grow fast in your career is to be very, very focused on being the best kind of person in that career path so that you can get promotions and grow faster. So yes, what you have itemized is part of what I'm talking about. But beyond that is money working for you through assets and through investment so that you won't really need to be involved. The money will be the one doing the work.
Thank you very much, sir. This one says, there are lots of things we have learned today from what you have said about investment, but please, can you, sir, mention how to invest or find a good investment opportunity?
Okay, well, like I said earlier on, you need to save so that you can invest. So, because investment means you are putting money into something. That means you need to have the money to put there. So, savings is very important so that you can have at least the money to invest. Now, how do you invest? Once you have the money to invest, the next thing is to identify the investment opportunities that are available that fits into number one, the resources that you have, and number two, your investment plan. So, for instance, when someone comes to me as a financial advisor and consultant to say, look, I would like to I would like to invest, there are 4 questions that I need to ask them in order to give them a customized, tailor-made answer. Question 1, what is your investment goal? So if you say you want to invest, why do you want to invest? Do you just want to invest for investment's sake? Do you want to invest so that you use it to plan for your retirement? Do you want to invest so that you can have some cash flow to fund your immediate or specific need? I need to know what your investment goals are. Number 2, how much do you have to invest? I need to know how much you have to invest so that I can know what to advise you to put money into. Number 3, what is your risk appetite? How much risk are you willing to take? Because sometimes the higher the risk, the higher the return, the lower the risk, the lower the return. And then number 4, how long do you have? Because some people will tell you, so I have money. What can I put the money into that I can be getting something every month? Those kind of people, they don't understand the way investment works. So they want sharp, sharp, sharp. So if I now know the time you have, it should now help me to be able to give you an answer. So how do you invest? You invest by having money to invest, identifying the investment platforms that are available, that your resources can handle, and that fit into your investment plan, and then you put your money into that. Then, what are the different things that people can invest into? Like I've said, I've given you 17 industries and 17 things you can explore. Because most of the time, people want you to tell them, put money here, put money here, put money here. But it doesn't work like that, because the most important thing you should do is to invest in yourself, invest in your personal development, invest in your financial education. When you invest in that, you'll be knowledgeable enough to know what to do that fits into your finances and your own plan without anybody having to tell you exactly what to put money into, because the second name for investment is risk. Anytime there's a return, the other side. So
thank you so much, Doctor. The other question here.
So there is no investment without a risk.
You are done,
then
sir.
you decide how you want to play. Next.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the next question here says, please, sir, can you mention reputable companies within the 17 investment opportunities outlined that we can buy stocks from or invest in? How do we go about identifying these?
Okay, like I said earlier on, this is also similar to the last one. I don't do that. That's not what I do, because I am not the owner of any of the companies. I invest. I can only tell you why I invest and how I invest. I can't tell you which company is reputable to go and put money into. That's not my job, because I'm not in control of the company. I don't run the companies. I don't know what the real statistics of the companies are, because sometimes most of the companies that look weak are strong. The ones that look strong are weak. So you just need to understand the engine. That's why I said at the beginning, I deal more with software engineering, just engineering people's mind and thinking, so that you can be in a position to make decisions by yourself. So what you need to look out for is, if you want to invest in any company, number one, what is their track record? What is the track record? Study the track record of the company. Number two, who are the managers of the company? Who are the people at the end of governance? What's the governance system of the company? Number three, what is the future security of the product? So if they have a product now or a service, that product or service that they are producing, is it something that people will continue to need? Or is it something that will go extinct over time, so that you will not be investing in something that is on its way out? And then what are the returns? The people that have invested into it, what have they gotten out of it? Once you're able to look at that, it will now help you to know what to do with that company, because investment is a risk. And we tell people you need to take informed risk and take calculated risk. Informed risk is you doing all your due diligence, investigating before you invest. Then you have enough information to do what you need to do. Then calculated risk is never invest any money you are not willing to lose. So that if you invest in it, it works fine. If it doesn't work, you learn your lesson, you move on, because you don't lose money in life, you pay school fees.
Thank you, sir. This question says, you talked about financial instability as one of the levels in the pyramid. What if someone have the time frame to go ahead? What can the person do, sir?
I spoke about what financial what? Are you talking about the pyramid?
You talked about financial instability as one of the levels in the pyramid.
Okay.
If you have an idea and you do not have the time frame to work on it, what exactly can such a person do?
Okay. Well, ideas are very powerful. But one thing you need to understand is that in the world that we live in today, collaboration is the new competition. So we need to learn to take advantage of the power of collaboration and partnership. So if you have an idea and you don't have the time or the resources to pursue the idea, collaborate, partner with somebody else, network with other people. Because it is better to own 10% of a billion than to own 100% of 1,000. So look for other people to join you that have the time and the resources, and then it will be done.
Thank you, sir. This question says, it's an honor to have you, sir. What's the biggest sacrifice you've ever made?
I didn't get that.
What's the biggest sacrifice you have ever made, sir?
Okay. The biggest sacrifice I've ever made is to continue to invest for the future and delay gratification. And that's the sacrifice I still continue to make every day, every week, every month. The kind of money I make, if I decide to just sit down and be enjoying and enjoying and enjoying, then I may have to continue to work for a long time. So what I've done in the last 26 years of my life, since 1997, what I've done majorly is delayed gratification, just sacrificing temporary pleasure for future comfort. That's what I've done, just acquiring assets, investing, so that when I get to my old age, I'll be able to relax and enjoy life. So that's the greatest sacrifice I've had to make, sacrificing temporary pleasure for future comfort.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, sir, how many books do you read in a month?
I do an average of a book a week. So that's
Thank
like
you,
4 books a month. And that's apart from a lot of other articles and write-ups that I do. So I've stayed within that for like 32 years now. I do an average of 1 book a week.
Thank you, sir. In your interview at the Honest Bunch podcast show, you said medicine has expired to about 70%. God told me to do nursing, which is still in the same line of medicine. What advice do you have for me, sir?
Well, you have heard it, so make up your mind whether you still want to do that or not. Because many of us, let me help you understand this better. You see, many of us live in Africa, and because of the way things are in Africa, we don't realize that we are backward on many levels. And, you know, I remember in those days when there was no GSM in Nigeria, and many people did not understand the bondage they were in by not having the technology of GSM. And in those days, we used to have what we call Not 9 North, we had Turaya, and GSM was like something for rich people. And I was telling people, I say, you people are so backward in this country. You don't know that to have a phone is a basic right, a basic necessity that it looks like luxury. By the time we now have phone now, you can see now that even Pepper seller have phone, or Okada rider have phone. We have now seen how backward we were when we didn't have phone, that we're praying for Nitel. We'll be praying over dialing tone as if it's one prayer point. We didn't realize that we're just practicing useless religion. Now, that's the same thing that's happening. Many of the things you are pursuing as a career, they are things that have expired, that are on their way out. But because you still live in a country where there are not enough doctors, there are not enough nurses, you don't realize. But unfortunately, many of you that are still going to do doctor and nurses, you want to do doctor and nurse in Nigeria, but you want to now go abroad to practice. The abroad you are going to practice, they will not need you. So if you want to do doctor and nurse and stay in Africa, there is still enough market for you in the next 10 to 20 years, no problem. But if you want to do doctor and nurse and go to the Western world, the market is not as much as you think. Oh, the market is not as much as you think, because as you are trying to go there, everything in the Western world right now, they are looking for ways to ensure that machine and robots and technology replaces human being. And with AI, I'm telling you, there is nothing any doctor or nurse is going to do that technology will not do again within the next 5 years. And it's happening already. So I'm not saying don't do nursing, no problem. It's your life. God will help you. So at least it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. So go do the nursing. But while you are doing the nursing, apply the things I've shared with you today so that you can quickly have investment and asset that will produce cash flow for you. So that as the market is reducing, you will not be edged out.
Thank you very much, sir. When your whole business has crashed and you run into debt, please, sir, what is the simplest way of starting again?
Okay, one of the things you need to understand is is there still a second part to the question? Hello, is there a second part to the question?
Are gone because you made the wrong decision and the business. Okay. The question in a simple way, when your whole business wrong decisions, because you made wrong decisions, how do you get out of debt and start again?
Okay. Now, it's so amazing. That's an amazing question, because you have identified that you made a lot of wrong decisions, which is a very good thing, because see, history repeats itself when people refuse to learn from history. And one of the ways you learn from history is by doing what you have done. Whenever you face a crisis, you ask yourself 3 questions. What went wrong? What mistakes did I make? And what could I have done differently? What went wrong? What mistakes did I make? And what could I have done differently? You need to take pen to paper or take a tablet and type it out. When you go through that process, it will help you not to repeat that mistake, because everything you are going through, as you are typing or writing, it is being ingrained on your subconscious mind, and it will be part of your subconscious template. And then you become someone that has subconscious competence to not repeat it. So you have made mistake, it's gone, no problem. You are not a failure because you failed. You are a failure because you refuse to try again. So what you now need to do is, number 1, identify the mistakes you have made. Number 2, identify how much you owe. And number 3, develop a plan to pay up and come out of debt. And then in starting again, make sure that you hedge against those mistakes that you have made. And when you are starting again, let the wisdom and the school fees you have paid in the failure of the past become the catalyst and the wisdom that will help you to build better. And then don't allow your next to suffer for the sin of your ex. What does that mean? Don't allow this new business to become a victim of the business that failed. Give this new business hope, give it faith, give it all it takes, and believe in the new business that will succeed and grow organically. And with time, many people, the person you are listening to right now, have done a lot of businesses that failed. I've done a lot of businesses that succeeded. Right now, I have at least 6 failed businesses in my experiential pouch. So when you want to know how to fail, I have failed many times. But I also have 17 successful businesses in my pouch. So what I am today is a product of both the failed one and the successful one. So failing is not the issue. You need to fail forward. And failing forward is learning from the past so as not to repeat it. And I pray for you that the God of second chance, the God of new beginning, will rest upon you, grant you grace, and where you have failed before, you will not fail again. That the bitter water becomes sweet water, and you will smile again in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much. Sir, I have a
I'm not
question.
hearing you. The line is breaking. Is it from your end?
I think you have for students in terms of access to 5 million naira or 1 million as a student, sir. Doing well. How does a student invest, sir?
So I heard, how does a student invest? And I heard 1 million and 5 million.
Yes.
How does that? I didn't hear the first part.
Yes. Yes, sir. There are 3 questions in one. They are all the same. One of them says, for instance, I have access to 5 million naira. How do I go about investing it as a student? Then the other 2 questions are saying, how does a student begin building wealth? How can a student begin to build wealth and invest?
Okay.
That's a simple question from the 3 of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's leave the 5 million first. Let's deal with general aspect of how do the student begin to invest. Number 1, invest in your financial intelligence. I've said that the law of financial education. You are a student. Your primary reason of going to school is not to go and invest. Your primary reason for going to school is to go and learn a course, get a degree, and get a certificate. So if you go to school and you have extra year and you have carryover and you are making money, then you are not supposed to be in school. So what you should focus on is your academic pursuit. That should be your primary assignment as a student. You are not going to campus to go and start a business. You are going to campus to go and learn and get a degree and come out with a good certificate. But while you are doing that, you now invest in your personal development, invest in your financial education so that you can know about money, know about investment. So buy books, buy tape, attend conferences that you can afford, go online, study, do more of personal development. And then you can now invest in things that we call low-hanging fruits. What are the things within your community that you can invest into? You are a student. Are there things you can sell to other students? Are there services and products you can offer to fellow students? Are there things you can do within the campus that can help you? Are there things you can do within the campus that can help you? Those are things you need to look into as a student. And then, if you have money as a student, what are the things you can put the money into? Are there things you can buy and sell? Are there services you can invest into? There are people on campus that are students, but they're also photographers. There are students on campus that are also barbers. There are students on campus that are also into online stuff. They do online training. They do online, drop shipping. They do online virtual assistance. They do all kinds of stuff. So look into all the things you can do while you are still a student. And then for that student that says, I have 5 million, like I said earlier on, depends. The money you have, what is your investment goal? If you have 5 million and you say you want to invest, what is your goal? Why? So that it will help me to answer you. Because if I'm to just answer you generally now, since you are a student, I will tell you, use the 5 million and do land banking. Because land banking means you can carry the 5 million and buy 5 plots of land or buy 10 plots of land, depending on the location. You live in there. By the time you graduate in 4 years' time, the land will have appreciated. You sell some and you move on. You can carry 5 million and buy what they call marua in Nigeria, tricycle. You can buy 1 or 2 of that. I don't know how much they sell it now. So you can buy 1, 2, 3, 4, let people be running it, and you are collecting your money every week. With 5 million, I think there are some cars you can still get for 5 million that you can put out there for Uber or Taxify or both. So there are so many things you can do with 5 million that will not affect your primary assignment of being a student. So I hope that helps.
Sorry about it. Thank you so much.
The line is breaking. I'm not hearing.
Just 2 more questions. The first one says, on the issue of experimenting, experimenting can cost a lot. Issue of experimenting costs money.
I'm sure it's charging.
How do you manage failure?
I heard on the issue of experimenting.
Yes, sir. The first speaker talked about people experimenting on different ideas, and you also talked about it, sir. So I think that's what this person is referring to. Said on the issue of experimenting, as a young startup, it can be depressing because experimenting costs a lot, so especially when you are a sole financier. How can you handle failure in this regard?
Okay. Well, life is all about experiments. Every invention, every discovery, it starts with an experiment. You see, the problem is as we grow, we let go of the reality of life. When you were in school and went into science laboratory, what did we go and do in the science lab? It's not an experiment. We went into the science lab to do experiment. Why are you now growing up to say you don't want to experiment? That is the way life is. You experiment. When you were growing up, you did not walk one day now. When you started walking, you crawled. After crawling, you wanted to walk, you fell down. Then you did it again. You wanted to learn how to ride bicycle. You wanted to learn how to ride a car. You tried. Then you got it. Experiment is part of life. So once you adjust your thinking, perception, and interpretation is important. When you see it as, oh, it's normal. All of us, I'm in a room now. This is light here. You are seeing me because of light. The person that created light, do you know how many times he tried before we got light? Everything you have today is experiment that produce it. So it's painful, especially when you are the one putting money, like you said. But that is life. That is life. So you just have to understand that, look, life is filled with experiments, and then you learn the lesson from that experiment. That's why I said you don't lose money, you pay school fees. You learn the lesson, become wiser, so that the next time you are doing it, like they say, failure helps you to do it better the next time, or do it more intelligently the next time, or failure helps you to know what will not work the next time. So just learn the lesson, move on, and fail forward. Life is a school. You learn and you grow. So just work on your mind to know that, look, it's part of life, and everything you are going through today will be the story that you'll be sharing tomorrow as part of your journey.
Thank you so much, sir. Somebody asked here, what's number 6 under the 17? I think number 6 is finance. Am I correct, sir? Number 6 on the list of the 17 areas of investment. Number 6 is finance.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all the questions I can take now for Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. I have a lot of questions here for Mrs. Ibukun Akinola, but I think we would have to say a big thank you to Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We are really grateful. I know you are quite busy. Your schedule is so tight. when we were trying to get you to be part of this, we were told you already booked up till I think about October. But we are really privileged to have you slotting your time for this. Thank you so much once again, sir. God bless you abundantly.
God bless you all. Thank you. Bye for now.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I want to go to the questions for Ibukun Akinola. The first one, Ma, says, how do you deal with investors and their equity when a startup fails? Haven't failed in many funding businesses.
So this is why you need to be aware of the type of investor that you're going to in the first place. This is why it's easier with angel investors because they are not, how will I put it? When you're, depends on what you want to gain, to be honest. Well, at the beginning, make sure you don't go for sharks that are looking to make a quick bucks. Go for people that are willing to transform lives. So, because they know this might not work, that might work, right? Fortunately for us, we've not had to, our failures did not lead to us shutting down companies. It just led to us shutting down products, right? So we keep reinventing with companies. And then when it comes to failure again, and I believe that from a deep well when Dr. Olumide was speaking. And he some things and he mentioned 3 years. I was like, sir, you've been doing something since I was born. Wow, how you read a book a week since I was born. That's very, I'm in awe of his wealth of wisdom. Please, can we give him a round of applause again? So, like he was saying, some people go into this as venture capitalists. Some people go into this as angel investors. Know who you're going to. If you're greedy, you meet greedy people as well. So make sure that you're not just doing this for some quick bucks as well. If you want to transform it, so that when you fail, they are not to kick you down. They are there to hold up and see pivot. So what the pivot mean? It means that you're transiting into something else. I probably failed in this business because of X, Y, and Z. But there is another
horizontally first. The people you surround yourself with are people you build with. So if you can sell a dream, you have a dream and you can sell it to 2, 3, 4 people, where the basics of building and everything, if you have a technical co-founder like speed as well, if you are the idea guy, business guy, you are good with operations, so you are good with finance as well, and you want to launch something, go with somebody that also wants to go on that dream. You will not need to spend money at time to scale. Yes, you have to pay for Google servers and all of those things. That's when you need to raise money from people that believe in the dream with you, meaning the family, your friends, and people that can, again, it's about you selling a dream that people will buy into. The foundation is not just going to be there and welcome anybody. They are going to listen. Can we put our money here? Can this change the world? Can this multiply? Right? Because again, it's not, there's no free bread anywhere. Right? So again, you're building product marketing. Make sure you keep building keep building with people. And don't build something that's extreme. You know, sometimes look at the environment you're in. For example, you really cannot build plenty luxury things in Nigeria. For example, spa for dogs. Like your dog should come and be doing nail painting and be massaging your dog. You've not even eaten. So you want people to come and get massage. Like it's not, and then because again you Google and you see a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old doing something like that. Look at the problems that they see. The problem we have in Nigeria, there's nothing that we don't face in market. Today, you see, if you say you're a producer today, everybody wants to see it now. Just find your niche. Can be in your school. Once you can produce, there's 2, 3, 4, 5 people. And all of us want to blow immediately. That's it. As a student, you want to invest. Just know you cannot be rich overnight. Just already know it. That's why when he said the best thing is to invest in yourself, I was right because I was trying to also answer the question in my mind, and the first thing I read is invest in yourself. You have to invest in your earning power. Like you have to make sure I can actually earn. I want to make sure you can earn dollars, you can earn in pounds. If you're a programmer now, don't even be thinking naira. Invest in like so that somebody in Norway can message you on WhatsApp and you deal without seeing the person. Right. So that's I think I've answered all of them.
Yeah, thank you so much. The final question, 2 in 1. It says, how do I get my idea to the right network? How do I get my idea to the right network to support for it? The one that goes with it is, how do I determine the structures and systems that are specific to my venture?
To get the support, again, one of the things I need everybody to remove from their minds first is that you always need support with money. You don't know the joy you have when money is just helping you scale rather than start. You are looking for the right support. Look beside you. Look at your classmates. Look at your, we chat so much on Twitter. Ask people, talk to people, go to there's tech Twitter, there's all of those. Spread your ideas there. Obviously, be careful because there are vultures out there as well, right? But there is no way around you on the internet that you cannot find somebody that is, again, like I said at the beginning, no matter what you're building, somebody is already doing it in one form or the other. Look for that community. Stay there. Even if it's an online community, it can be anywhere in the world, and people gather inside of a community and begin to build ideas together. Don't overthink it. Just do the way you do on Instagram. All of us rush to Instagram. Go and get tips, right? There are actually communities like that. Find that community. I can't remember the second question.
What are the right structures that you need to build for your specific your venture?
Structure and system. Structure is 8th century. So structure is structure. It just kind of is fluid, so it just forms into business that we're doing. First off, financial structure. Right? Not everybody can have access to the money. You would fail. Make sure the person that has access to the money is the person that is skilled enough to handle it. You as the person that is owning. What are you looking for with bank accounts? Right? Don't do that. Find your co-founders, find your friends that you're building together, the person that has the skill for financial management, give it to the person. And don't override the person seriously. That's how we work together. It's true. Have structure. If, for example, first when we started in 2014, because we have been building in 2013, from 2014 July to December, we didn't take a salary, even though we're poor and broke, right? Right. But we were lucky enough to have parents that collect rent from us, even though 5 of us will
Right. So make sure you have, for example, if you want to start taking a salary from day one, make sure it's the salary. And not that when it is 5 million, boom, just enters, you increase your own salary to 3 million. How will the business survive? Make sure you have that type of structure, right? And make sure you have, it doesn't have to, when people say board of directors, right, is when it comes to big companies.
But when you are just starting, make sure you have a structure. If three of us
big,
have
big
decided,
guys. But when
write
you
it
three of
down.
us have decided, write it down. What is your role? This is my role. This is the money we are going to take. If money doesn't come this month, we are not taking the salary. These are the things that form your foundation. So that when you're a conglomerate, meaning you are like Tony Olumide that has structure everywhere. If you look at somebody I really respect a lot when it comes to business as well. His hand is not in everywhere. This person is in charge of hospitality. This person is in charge of mining and communication. This person. So all he does is bring them together and ask questions, right? Who is handling what? Right? Those are the structures that you need. It's not about industry, it's about structure. And your structure is fluid enough to fit. So today, you do fintech, tomorrow you do agric. It's still the same structure that will work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akinola. Thank you very much. If there's time later, I would like to know about the PB Tech app, if we have time. Okay, so we have come to the final section, and we'll be taking through employability skills, workplace skills, and entrepreneurship, and that will be done by Mr. Kehinde Omiyale. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Good afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just try and share my slides so that be sure we're on the same page. I do not take this opportunity for granted. I want to thank the organizers for making this possible. And I want to thank everyone here as well, for understanding the value from the knowledge that you're going to be getting today. But more often than not, the most important thing is beyond just coming to listen, if you don't have the execution will, then you're not going to make a lot out of the time spent here. So the value of the time you spend here is going to be based off of what you actually do with life, after leaving here. So I'll just be touching on some of the essential skills for employment, and I'll be touching from the employment space, I'll be touching from the professional working space, and then I'll touch on the entrepreneurship space as well. So, starting first, it's important to know what the reality of our youths are at the moment. And it's important because, especially for a lot of people who are in the university and in the university system, it's important for us to know what the reality of things will be on ground. Okay, it's not a bed of roses out there. You probably have a family member, a friend, a cousin, someone who has been at home for a while and has not been, in quotes, gainfully employed, or someone who had a job, lost a job, that kind of cycle. So it's important to know what the reality is of that and what you must do in order to ensure that you do not fall into that kind of catchment, and something you have to be very strategic about. So when we need to understand what the employment index for Nigeria is, it does appear that every year the number of people who continue to be unemployed increases. Why is that? Because the schooling educational system continues to pump people into the economy, but we don't have jobs to assimilate people. And retirement ages continue to be slightly increased. The people who are supposed to retire don't want to retire because there's nothing to fall back on. So everybody just wants to make sure that they stay long enough in order to be able to sustain themselves. So that's the reason why year in, year out, as new people are leaving school systems, there really isn't much jobs that are available, to assimilate them. And Nigeria is not really doing very well in the index there. So you can see that Nigeria falls on number 27. That's the misery index. It means that the mental state of people, the attitude of people, mental health of people is not really at its best. And all of these things, whether we like it or not, is part of the things responsible why people are not getting jobs. So how do we now get all of these things under wraps? Some of the reasons why people are not employable. So there's a difference between being employed and being employable. Being employed means that you know what to do to get a job. Being employable means that when a recruiter looks at you, you are someone of interest because they know that you have certain values that the organization is looking for. So that's the difference. So a lot of people need to understand that first and foremost, schools are not adequately preparing people for the real world. There are many courses that students spend 4 years, 5 years doing that immediately they leave the university system in Nigeria, there are no jobs waiting for them. So, for example, someone who studies maybe aeronautical or nautical engineering or ILR or those kind of courses, microbiology. Some of these courses is not that you wouldn't have a place to work, but the amount of people who go in to do them, it is not certain that everybody who leaves that department is going to get a job. Okay, so you need to begin to look at what you're doing in school vis-a-vis the reality of the world right now. 5, 10 years ago, you're studying certain courses, and you know that okay, you rough it, you get something. But the moment you start noticing that okay, someone who works in the bank and you check what they studied in school, maybe someone who studied microbiology ends up working in the bank. Someone who studied Yoruba as a language is working in the bank. Someone who studied architecture is working in the bank. And the person who actually now studied banking and finance, you are already taking this person who studies banking and finance. That begins to let us know that the direction of the course of studying not adequately able to make people employed by the time in the system. And secondly, a lot of people are just entitled. Entitled in the sense that they believe that there is a job waiting for them when they press the system. And that's not the case. Just because you have a BSc doesn't guarantee that you should get a job. So you need to understand that when everyone is having their validatory surveys and that does not automatically, except your father is the owner of the business and you know that there's something for you. But besides that, you cannot just equate the certificate to an instant job. There are other things the employers of labor are looking for beyond justice. And so it's important that we actually understand those things. So when it comes to employability, like I mentioned before, employability actually means your ability to be employed, your ability to get a job, keep a job, and sustain a job.
There are many people who will get a job probably because they had good grades, but they can't keep a job because they don't have good attitude. So we need to understand and marry these things together. Your CV gets you into the job, into the door. Your attitude keeps you there.
So you need to understand that beyond just the skill level, life is beyond that. And we must begin to look at employability, in a whole lot of different ways. So employability is not automatic. Just because you are graduating from a university does not automatically place a job in your hand. Then we have to begin to look at things a whole lot more differently than what we currently have at this time. So one of the things we actually have to do is to change our mindsets.
You have to
change how you have to change the expectations to the job market. And you need to understand that there's a lot more work that needs to be done than just hoping for things to fall in your laps. Okay? Everybody here hopes for things to be better, hope for things to be good. But the reality is that we are in a red ocean. That means a lot more people are trying to fight for what you are fighting for. Now, so it becomes competitive at the end of the day. And so if you don't have something that stands you out, you might actually get to struggle a lot more and you not get things coming your way the way you hope to do. So it is when you change the way you see life, your mentality, your approach to life, that's when you actually have a fighting chance, to actually make things work for you in this market. So what are the things that you need in order to act employable? So you can begin to check these things. Number one, career plan. And what does career plan? It means that does the course of your study actually guarantee a good job in the location in which you are? So imagine someone who is in Nigeria and spends 6 years learning to fly a space shuttle. Meanwhile, we have those kind of industry in Nigeria. So career planning means that, okay, what I'm planning to do, is it in demand? Will I get a lot of value from it? Will a lot of people need those kind of services? Will I be able to solve many problems along that path? So that's the first thing. Then the quality of your education is important. Sadly, we've brainwashed ourselves with the thought that as Bill Gates dropped out, Mark Zuckerberg dropped out, and you mentioned all the people that dropped out. They dropped out in an environment where that's not the criteria. You cannot drop out in Nigeria and say because Bill Gates dropped out that you too, you are a tech person and you can drop out and start your business. When reality hits you, you know that circumstances are different. Okay, so the quality of your education is key. Now, that also brings the fact that if you only depend on education within the four walls of a university, you are kidding. That means if the only thing you know is based off of the course of study in this world now, you are kidding. Okay, you must learn wide. You must know as much as possible about many things. Okay, be very curious about life, about how things work, mentality, and all of it. I'll give you an example. I studied physics with electronics in school. When I was writing my final exam, I knew I cannot use that certificate for anything. And so the next, I was passionate about speaking. So immediately after I left school, I went on YouTube and I started watching every video that had to do with public speaking. I can tell you within 2012 to 2015, there's hardly any video on YouTube that talked about public speaking that I did not watch. I gave all of my time into that. And so many of us have YouTube now and all of these podcasts and stuff that teach educational things. Let us consume it. That's going to be the quality of the education. So if everyone here studied, let me say, a science course, and everybody's trying to apply for a job, And then there's someone that says, oh, besides science job, I also understand how to code. I also understand program design. I also understand, even not just because the person went to school, the person leveraged on the internet. Who do you think a company will be more interested to hire? The person that has the better quality of education. So that's very important, the quality of your education, how competitive your skills are, the kind of experiences you have, your work ethic, your attitude and your character, and obviously presentation and appearance. All of these things determine how quick it will be for you to become employable. Now, if you want to stand out, your CV must look good at a glance. Because I'm in the HR, it doesn't take more than 10 seconds to know a CV that is interesting. Once you look at the experience and all of it, like, you just skip. And so many people who have sent CVs don't even know that the recruiter did not spend more than 5 seconds looking at your CV because it's not looking interesting. Doesn't look like you have a lot to offer. Based, even though you might have done well, but the way you present yourself. The thing about the CV is, a CV is what markets you when you are not present. And so you must put a lot of work in it. So I see a lot of people who send the same CV to different industries. So there's a job role for program manager, you send CV. Job role for learning manager, you send the same CV. It does not work that way. You have to put a bit of intentionality into the things that you do. So it must have a compelling story. So I'll give you an example. Someone finished NYSC and taught mathematics in school. Okay, and wrote it in the CV that I taught maths to GSS 3 students. That's what is in the person's CV. The same friend who also taught maths to GSS 3 students, instead of writing, I'm a mathematics teacher on my CV, on his CV, the person writes, I was able to coach and mentor students in their GSS 3 level, and I was able to improve their academic performance from 43% to 68%. Who do you think the recruiter will find interesting? Obviously, the second person, even though they did the same thing. But how you market yourself matters. You will do something and you just put it there, hoping the recruiter can read your mind or knows your story to know what you've actually done. And that's how many people have shut themselves from important doors. You must learn how to market yourself in such a way that people will be interested. They don't have to know all, but interest is one of the first things that keeps you in the door. Okay? So that's very important. Learn how to sell yourself. Many of us, the CVs we have cannot get you a job because it's not interesting. There's nothing nice about it. It does not stir the curiosity of the person reading it. The only person who is happy about the CV is you. And the only reason is because you were the one that wrote it. So you must be able to do it in such a way that when other people look at you, they will find something interesting, something intriguing that they will actually want to, work with. So how do you have an impressive CV or cover? In the age of AI now, a lot of people delegate these things to AI. But I'll get to the point of AI and I'll let you understand the pros and cons of that. So when it comes to the elements of a good CV, these are some of the things recruiters are looking for. The moment it's absent, you don't seem interesting anymore. So the formatting and the layout of your CV is very important. So if you see this first page, the way the CV looks here, you can see that it's more of text and less of graphics. There are some people's CV, you know that they probably studied fine arts in school. And then there are pictures, colors, and everything everywhere. That does not sell. That does not sell you in any way. In fact, that can actually cause more problems for you. Because what people do now, what recruiters do is that now it's artificial intelligence that does all of that sorting. And so if you don't write your CV in a kind of typeface or in a kind of pattern or template that makes it easy for the AI to know what is what, everything looks messed up. And your CV, no matter how good you are, will just be giving error, error, error. Okay. So one of the ways to test these things is there are certain websites when you're applying for a job that gives you the opportunity to upload your CV and then it will fill the forms for you. If you have come across those kind of websites before or application processes, upload your CV and see if the CV gives the correct classification of the details in your CV. So in the place of name, first name, last name, some people, the way they've designed their CV, when the AI takes it, in the place of their first name is actually their university that comes up. So you can see that when everything is mumbled and jumbled together, at the end it does not make sense. And so the AI is like, okay, there's nothing interesting about this person. So we must begin to look at how we write our CV, the template, the structure, and all of that. Personal and contact information must be easily seen, one of the first things that needs to be seen. Academic and professional qualifications as well. Work experience. I used to tell people this. Before, people write CV based on what they can do. But now, you need to write CV based off of what you have done. So you are not writing a CV telling people what you can do. People actually want to see what you have done. So you must be able to market yourself in such a way that you tell a very good story of the things you have done. I'll give you an example. There was a time when my parents were building a flat of kiosks, and I was put to handle that, to oversee that. That's an experience. I cannot waste it. So in my CV at that time, I put project management there. That I was able to manage a group of 5 builders, successfully build a project within the space of 4 weeks. Kind of experience. But like I said, it's about how much you market yourself. That's what determines, whether you are seen as someone who is interesting or not. So let's quickly move forward. What are some of the sources of good jobs that you can find online? Now, this is not absolute, but these are some of the areas where you can get a lot of jobs. So Streetset actually has a portal also for people who are looking, because we have an outsourcing arm. So there are many employers who are looking for people. And so in our databases, we can also do that as well. How many people have a LinkedIn profile? A working LinkedIn profile? How many people have a professional picture on their LinkedIn profile? Okay, the hands are going down now. Okay. Jobberman, Indeed, Glassdoors. These are some of the areas where you need to begin to look out for jobs. You have to learn to present yourself in a good light. LinkedIn, you don't treat LinkedIn like Instagram. You don't treat LinkedIn like Facebook. You don't treat LinkedIn like Twitter. You don't just post things because you want to post it. You post things that will make you interesting to recruiters. Okay, so storytelling is an art that you need to master with that. So what are the couple of job interview tips? So when you're actually trying to get your foot in the door. Obviously, yes, it's good to pray, because some people are good, but the recruiter just doesn't like them. Some people get the job because they are fans of the same football club as the recruiter. So I'm letting you understand that sometimes it's not just the first class or the second class or whatever you came out from that gets you a job initially. Someone can see and just like you because of your appearance, because of how well kept you look. So all of these things actually matter, and it's important you do that. You also have to do a research of the company you are going for. And I know that in the case where someone can submit 100 CVs in a day, you might have forgotten the company that you even sent the CV to. But it's important for you to at least have a background, so that you can start up good conversations in that interview session. It's also important to review your JD. JD stands for job description. Lets you know what is expected. Okay. Practice questions and answers so that you are not taken by surprise. Find out people who have done their books, go online, what are possible questions and the possible ways to answer them. You find them. Then also try to arrive early. Arriving late for an interview is the red flag. So let's also be mindful of that. Your appearance matters. If it's a virtual session, make sure that your network is good and, so that you won't complain like doctor was speaking that village people have taken your network during interview session. Maintain eye contact as well and show confidence. Don't be too quick to jump on the salary question. Then also learn to ask intelligent questions. When you ask intelligent questions, it points you as a confident person. And the confident person is someone everybody wants to, work with. Now, that is you trying to get your leg in the door. Now, when you get your leg in the door, what are some of the things you need to do? So, for example, when it comes to workplace skills, it's important for us to understand that time is changing and time has changed. The kind of work skills you needed 3, 4, 5, 7 years ago is not the kind of skill today. So it's important for you to understand that skills change. The dependence on certain skills change. And before the end of this, you will understand what are some of the areas you should actually now begin to look at in order to become more competitive, in the workplace. So in the 90s, the system was analog. For those that were alive then, there were things like floppy disks, and all of that. Everything was analog. There was nothing digital. But in the 2000s, there was even a bug that came out that was called the Y2K bug. That was because up until that time, the date structure of every computer system ended in 1999. So the computer was confused when it got to 2000 because it went back to 1900. And so that was what was called the Y2K bug at that time. So we need to understand that things began to move from analog to digital. That means analog skills are now being replaced by digital skills. Analog systems are being replaced by digital systems. Then we now have digital technology. Now we have digital payments. Now we have digital platforms. Now we're going into virtual reality. We're going into mixed reality. Now we have artificial intelligence. We are coming into a state of artificial consciousness. Now, all of these things will change the level of skills that is expected and required of us in the workplace. My question for you is that we are no longer in an analog era. We are quickly moving away from a digital era. We are in a virtual reality era. How many people here have skills that will make them indispensable in a virtual reality world? How many people even know the kind of skills they should have that will make them competitive in a virtual reality world? So if all you have are digital skills, it means in the next 3 to 5 years, your job is gone. For people who work in the US now, like Doctor was saying, if you are a doctor, if you are a nurse, you only have 3 to 5 years to make all the money you can because a robot will be taking your job. If you are thinking customer service is the in thing, you are a salesperson, you are an accountant, you are a digital marketer, AI is going to take your job. So you need to start thinking, okay, so if it appears that AI will be taking everything, what can I do to at least still stay relevant in the age and the time that we find ourselves? So as we move forward in this phase, we must learn to balance competence and visibility. The workplace is not the place to be, in quote, humble. You have to show the skills that you have. You have to show what you are good at. There's something called office politics. The people who rise to the top of every ladder in the organization understand office politics. It doesn't mean they are the best. It doesn't mean they are the smartest, but they are the most intelligent in the workplace. So you have to understand how to balance competence with visibility. If you are good at something, let people know you are good. Don't just internalize it. Whatever you, that means that anytime there's a problem, be the go-to person. That, oh, go and meet this person. Even if he does not know it, he will link you with someone that does it. That's how to begin to build yourself in the workspace. Okay? So your communication skills must be effective. Emotional intelligence is, you cannot do without it. If you want to succeed in this age, emotional intelligence is key. One of the skills that would even help you to outperform AI at this time is still emotional intelligence. Any technical skills, AI can do it perfectly well. AI can do it better than you. You can work for 3 hours and get tired. AI can work for 40 hours non-stop and will not get tired. It does not need to eat. It does not need to nap. It does not need to sleep. So from a business angle, AI is a better choice than many of us. AI does not complain about salary. AI does not complain about holiday. AI does not complain. It just gets the job done. And so it's important for us to understand that we must be at a point where we must have better sense of skills. But here is the thing. You cannot outperform or outcompete an AI. It's impossible. Now, you've heard this thing being said that AI is going to take jobs. But before AI does that, you need to understand that it is someone who works with AI that would actually take your jobs first. So you must master, they are called AI collaborative skills. These are skills that you need to learn in collaboration with AI. For example, how many of us know ChatGPT or have heard of ChatGPT? How many of us have used ChatGPT? How many of us know how to use ChatGPT? How many of us know what is called prompt engineering? How many of us have used prompt engineering? So you see that the hands have gone down. ChatGPT is not Google search. What that means is that you don't just say, what is something in ChatGPT and expect something meaningful. You need to understand that ChatGPT is not a living thing. It's a machine that has a large source of data. So whatever the ChatGPT brings for you exists somewhere. It just knows how to put those pieces together in an intelligent way. So everything the ChatGPT is giving you is not the one thinking about it. It's based off of data. That means that in order to get the best thing from ChatGPT, you must know how to feed in the right thing. So you can use ChatGPT for resources, for a lot of assignments, essays, but you don't just get what it gives you, hook, line, and sinker. You have to test it. A lot of people, when they get interview questions, they just copy the interview questions on ChatGPT. ChatGPT gets the answer and then they paste it. That's what we used to do with Google and paste. We are now doing it with ChatGPT and paste again. That will not eventually work for us on the long run. So we need to understand how to collaborate with AI in order to be more effective and more competitive. Now, what are some of the skills we need to begin to look at in order to be effective in this new world? Number one is communication skill. But communication skill is not just communicating with humans anymore. You must learn how to communicate with machines. The better you are at communicating with machines, the better you would have a job in the future. Okay? Problem-solving skills. The world will continue to have problems. You need to continue to equip yourself with the abilities and capacities to solve those problems. Adaptability is a skill. That means that no matter what happens, you will always find your way. Okay? Collaboration and teamwork. So not just working with teams like human beings, working with machines and artificial intelligence as well. So you can begin to see from all you're seeing on the screen that the template of the world has changed. Ever since COVID happened to the world, we're in a new world. So the way things happen is just because, like the doctor mentioned, Africa seems to be a bit backward. That's why we are not seeing the reality of certain things until it dawns on us in the next 3 to 5 years. So it's important that the quality of the skills that we have must be such that it keeps us competitive and allows us to work with machines, allows us to work with AI, allows us to work with virtual reality, because these are the things that would define the new world, as we go and improve. Now, onto the final part I want to touch on, because the first part is about understanding how to get a job. The second part is about staying in a job. The third part is to understand that a job is not for everybody. No matter how hard you try, some people will not get jobs. So entrepreneurship can be another path that people would take. But how do we now go into that in such a way that we'll be able to get the very best from it? So for example, entrepreneurship is about identifying opportunities. It's about taking calculated risks. It's about knowing how to use resources to your advantage. Now, I hope we are able to see what is on the screen clearly. I want to know, there is a mouse somewhere in this picture. In about 10 seconds, who can show me where the mouse is? There are many mushrooms there. Okay. There's a mouse somewhere. How many people can see a mouse? Okay. Please come forward. Show us where the mouse is. Easy. Where? Okay, good. Please give him a round of applause. Do you know that what he just did is the difference between entrepreneurs and those that are not entrepreneurs? Some people say, where is the mouse? That's where the mouse is. That's how opportunities are hiding. Opportunities can be in plain sight, and many of us don't see it. We walk past it every day. We talk to it every day. We engage with it every day, but we don't use those opportunities. And that's where a lot of money has passed through our noses. We did not leverage on it because we don't know how to spot opportunities. So as an entrepreneur, one of the core things you must have an eye for opportunities. What's his name? Jeff Bezos. Okay. What of this guy? Steve Jobs. Okay. What of this guy? All right. Bill Gates. Interesting. What of this person? Oprah Winfrey. Okay. How about this person? This is not Charlie Chaplin. This is Nikola Tesla. Okay. What about this person? Oh, okay, Dangote. Everybody knows him. What about this person? Come again? Mike Adenuga. What about this person? What? Okay. What about this person? Tony Elumelu. Okay. How about this person? Otedola. What is the similarity between all these people? They are what? They have money. Okay. One of the things you need to understand about all these people is that they are solving big problems. the bigger the problem you solve, the richer you become. The problem is that many of us are solving small problems and we want big money from it. Now, big problems means big challenges. It means you must have this. It doesn't mean that these guys don't have challenges. There are things they face. Many of them weep. Many of them have failed. In fact, all of these people have failed at something at a point. They've had people tell them that what they are working on is stupid. They should change. They should move on to something else. But they stuck with it. And now we can all tell the story. But here are some of the things you need to understand from these people. They are the keys or principles of successful entrepreneurs, and it's something we can all take home from there. The first thing is vision and passion. Vision is a sense of direction, is a sense of position, is a sense of a future. Many of these people saw something when many others did not. And then they stuck with that thing, had enough passion with it until they saw it through. These are some of the qualities that distinguish the boys from the men, the entrepreneurs for those who are not. You must have a ruthless passion and a kind of undeniable vision that always points you in the right direction. For example, this is the power of vision. All of these things you see on the screen give light. But I can tell you that if the future of light was committed to some of you, we will still be using the old lanterns. It takes a sense of vision for you to know that beyond what is currently available, there is something new that can be birthed. So with the move from a lamp to a candle, to the old lantern, to the first kind of bulb, to a more efficient bulb, to an energy-saving bulb, and then it goes on and on. That lets you know that even what you have today that you are satisfied with, it can get better. It can improve. You can innovate on things. You don't have to stay at a certain point. Things can always move and get better. The other thing is to recognize opportunities like the mice that our friend helped us to see. That's how opportunities are hiding. If you don't have an eye for opportunities, you don't have an eye for business opportunities, a lot of things will happen and you will not even know how much has moved away from your faith. For example, in 2020, when COVID happened, many people were indoors, but some people saw opportunities in selling face masks and hand wash, and they made money from it. While many people were hiding indoors, some people saw it as an opportunity and engaged it. What are some of the things you are afraid of today that are actually opportunities for success? So you have to begin to look at things, from a different angle or a different perspective. The other thing is persistent optimism. No matter how bad things get, good can come out of it when you look at it long enough. Now, one of the more compelling stories, you'd hear about the light bulb that Edison, who discovered the light bulb, had 1,000 failures. That means failed about 1,000 times before he got it right. That is persistence. That is optimism. Also, the Wright brothers, up until their time, it was deemed impossible for humans to fly in the air. The only people that could fly in the air at that time were people that flew with broomsticks, witches and wizards. They were the only ones that could fly then. But someone thought about it that man can be in the air. Everyone told him it's not possible. They tried a lot of time, they failed, they spent a lot of money up until that time that they were rewarded for their risk and their art of service. What I'm trying to make you understand is that a lot of people fail in their path to entrepreneurship because they give up too quickly. They are not tenacious. They are not optimistic enough. The moment they get hit with a challenge, they let go and they say, this thing is not meant for me. entrepreneurship is actually a path for the brave. It's the brave that have it done. You must also have a clear sense of mission. So, for example, ask yourself the hard questions. What do you really want to do? Some people are confused. Today, they are selling pure water. Tomorrow, they are makeup artists. Next tomorrow is photography and videography. And last week, they started saying, welcome to my YouTube channel. They are just doing many things. You have to have a sense of focus. You might diversify, but do not keep jumping from everything you diversify on should still have a linear focus. It's like a tree that has branches. Yes, branches can come, but that stem remains the same, and it's one of the things you have to keep at. For example, you cannot be in this world and not understand what the VUCAD world is. We are in you have to be adaptable. You have to be like a chameleon. You must be able to change with the times. So we are in volatile times, we're in uncertain times, we're in complex time, ambiguous time, and disruptive times. How can you adapt in spite of what is happening? You need to understand that things will not get simpler. We only have to get tougher. And that is the heart of every entrepreneur. Okay? Do not be quick to give up. Always look for a way. You either break through, you go under, or you go above. But whatever the situation is, just know that you're moving forward and you're moving ahead. For example, many people, when you hear the name Nokia, you think of phones. But do you know that the first thing Nokia was known for was not phones? The almighty Nokia that many of us knew. It was into mining. They made papers, they made mills. That's the first thing Nokia did. Samsung did not just start making appliances as well. So you must understand that the first part is not necessarily your only part. You can always diversify. We're in a world that gives room for changes. We can move, we are adaptable. Okay, so don't be obstinate. Don't say it can only be done one way. The world is so fluid that everything can be done in so many ways. So when it comes to getting a business, what are some of the ways, to engage this business seeking question? For example, there are different ports, meaning that out of all of these places, there are many business opportunities there. So it depends on what you're passionate about, what you're interested in, what you're looking forward, the kind of money you want to make, the area you are, that determines what you go into. So for someone who says there is no business out there, it means the person is not looking hard enough. There is always business. The question is this something you are willing to go into and something you are willing to give all in order for you to be successful at it? So quickly, how do you engage a business idea? Number one, you identify the local needs and challenges. Solutions always go after problems, not the other way around. Okay, there is first a problem, and then you try to solve the problem. And then in this time, technology is the ultimate leveler. What technology can you use to solve people's problems? There is hardly any business today that is not leveraging on technology, whether it's PiggyVex, whether it's Uber, whether it's Google Map, whatever it is leveraging on one form of technology or the other. What technology can you leverage on in order to access a business opportunity? You also have to consider a sharing economy. You don't have to be the one to do everything. Collaborate with people. She mentioned that the business started with 7 people. The issue is a lot of people want to be the alpha and omega of everything. I'm the chief CEO, importer, exporter, general merchandise. You cannot do everything. Because your area of strengths and weaknesses, find someone who is strong in your area of weakness so that you can amplify your strengths together. That is how to become a formidable force in the world that we are in today. Then you also look for a market gap. Where can you penetrate? So you cannot, if you're a tech company, you can't. But there's something Microsoft, Google are too big to do now. Find those things and begin to do it. That is what it means by looking for a gap. Okay? You cannot just go, oh, I want to be the next Google. That's a good dream. But what can you start doing now to solve people's problem by leveraging on technology? Also, you have to leverage the local skills and resources. How can you gainfully employ the people in your space? Entrepreneurship is not a selfish venture. Usually, even most entrepreneurs pay themselves last. So if you're a selfish person, you can't be an entrepreneur. You must think about the value you're bringing to other people and how you can make the best with the local content that you have, the local materials, the local things that you have. How can you leverage on it in such a way that you're able to get the best for you and for every other person who comes into that? So one of the things I need us to understand as I round up is that the world belongs to the brave. And until we have that sense of bravery to tackle things head on, we will not succeed in the big things we're already hoping to succeed at. And mind you, there will be challenges. There's nothing in this world that does not have challenge or risks involved. It's about how well you can calculate it and the level of information you have to tackle the challenges of today. There are many certifications that people are doing today that will be useless in 5 years because AI will do it easily. And so you need to jump the curve. Okay, AI, we cannot, the next couple of years we live, it will be in assimilation with AI. So just accept that fact and then begin to say, what can I do? Whether I'm in a paid employment, whether I'm self-employed, whether I'm collaborating with people, how can I make sure that I'm not competing with AI, but I'm actually leveraging on AI to make things work? The final illustration I'll give for us to understand this is AI is like electricity. Now, someone like Coca-Cola leveraged on refrigeration that comes by electricity to sell their products. So it's a chilled thing. What that means is that AI is a platform that many more opportunities will come. And the way internet was a platform that we now had internet businesses, digital businesses and all, that's how AI is. AI is the next checkpoint of this civilization. And so people who are quick to leverage on it, the quick thing is, look at all the successful businesses today and begin to think, how can I incorporate AI into them? The moment you're able to do that, okay, real estate, how can I bring AI into it? Customer service, how can I bring AI? Medicine, how can I bring AI? Entrepreneurship, how can I bring AI? I'm ironing clothes, how can I bring AI? I'm washing clothes, how can I bring AI? Begin to think, because here is the thing. If you don't think about how you can add AI into whatever it is you are doing, AI will come nonetheless. And when AI, and then the rest is history, as they always say. So you have to arm yourself and understand the realities of things on ground and make sure that you have what it takes. Those teams leverage on communities and networks to make sure that you succeed. And it's one of the things I appreciate what the Rose of Sharon Foundation is doing. They're a platform that helps a lot of people to build their dreams, to become successful in whatever it is that they do. For us today, if there are any more questions, I'll be more than happy to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omiyale. We truly appreciate that. I have a question here. Please, if you have more questions, just raise them up so as some people can pick me up and bring them here quickly because we're round up now. This and working in a male-dominated industry.
That is even the only woman playing in you become seen easier than the other men in white. And someone comes here wearing blue and sits down. Do you know that if you want to spot anybody doing something different, it's the person that is different that will quickly pick. That's the way it is for that person. If you're a female working in a male-dominated industry, that automatically gives you visibility. Because in a space that we all see men, our perception will change to it when we see a female. So the best thing you can do is to sell your story as a successful woman who is doing something in a male-dominated industry. So I would say you already have a head start. You just have to know how to build momentum on it. Yeah.
Thank you for that. This one says, can you please recommend a free CV or resume platform builder? Free one.
One of the things I would advise, free things. Free thing, that is why how everybody has access to it. Pay different pedestal than every other CV writing. There are a million CVs come before the recruiter. They don't say anything different. So I wouldn't advise that you should be quick to go because you're already in a market that is congested already.
It's $5, while some that are as high as $20. Exactly. And then when you look across and check them, even the one for $5 is still very thick. You get good quality construction of your CV or resume from that. Yeah. So I think you should go with what you can afford. This question says, why do companies require years of experience from a newly graduated student, knowing the person is new to the employment world?
Okay. So one of the things we have to understand is that companies are not looking for fresh graduates. They're looking for who can solve problems and provide value. So just because you're a fresh graduate means nothing. What matters is that you have what it takes to solve their problem and bring value. And they've found out that the people who easily solve problems and bring value are people that have experience. So it just means that you have to begin to sell yourself based off of, that's why I said a CV should project not what you can do, but what you have done. When you begin to build on what you have done, extracurricular activities are very good ways to build experience. So if you have led somewhere before, you've managed people, you've managed communities, managed projects, put those things in your CV and let them know how successful you are in managing those things. So you don't have to wait till when you leave university to start building experience. Start building soft experience. Oh, you are a class rep. Do you know how you can sell being a class rep? Do you know how many people, the roles, the JD of a class rep? How you can be under pressure, how you handle those kind of pressure. So if a company is telling you that they need someone that can work under pressure, tell them I've been a class rep. You don't understand the pressure that comes with working as a class rep. You are selling yourself. So you need to understand that experience comes not by what you do after the university. It comes by everyday life. Like you just have to know how to spot those opportunities and sell yourself the right way. That's just how it works. There are no two ways about it.
Thank you so much. How do I know when to diversify into other businesses to extend capacity?
One of the first things I will tell you is the first point of diversification is check if your business is going to be available in the next 5 years. If it would not, please diversify. So if you are like looking at a salesperson, you are an architect, you are a lawyer, you are, you are someone who is into cooking, or you have to start to look at the new job. The interesting thing is that the kind of jobs that would even exist in 5 years, we don't know it yet. We don't know it. So that is how disruptive the times we are in. So you can think that, oh, this job will be available in the next 5 years, and someone comes up with a product in 6 months' time that totally wipes it out. So that is why continuous learning is non-negotiable. You have to keep growing with the time. It is your constant growth, the speed of your growth, that will determine your relevance in the industry. But some common skills like soft skills, customer service, most of the technical skills will not exist in the next 5 years. So maybe if you are someone who is into coding, you are an architect, all of those things will not be relevant in the next 5 years. Because AI will be able to code, will be able to debug, will be able to troubleshoot faster and quicker than any human on the face of the earth. So begin to look at those things and plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. As a technician working in an engineering, communication, or manufacturing company, how can I leverage on AI as a technical engineer?
So AI starts well with technical roles. The reason why technical roles are easily disrupted is because it's a lot of routine. You do things the same way and you expect the same kind of result. There aren't a lot of human input. They are mathematical, scientific, and all of that. So artificial intelligence helps you to shunt the process of thinking long. So one of the things is the operational part. Artificial intelligence can take it. But the management part, humans are still going to be involved. Anything that still has to do with people, human beings, decision making at a high level, humans will still be in that sector. So for someone who is at that level, you have to first understand artificial intelligence. You have to read, take a course if possible. And then when you must understand that course, see how you can implement that course into whatever it is. Many of the businesses we see now, like Uber and all of that, it's a combination of two or more concepts. So Uber, for example, brings taxi business and connects it with Google Maps, and then with customer feedback. So those three things makes Uber. So you have to find out what other things can I combine to create a new business, because that's the kind of new businesses we'll be having in the world today. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm taking the last two questions. Okay. I think I should go with this one first. It says, I'm very good with my crafts, but I fail interviews because I can't speak good English. I've tried, but I'm not there yet. Time is running out. What do I do?
Okay. One of the things that I would say is, for people who probably are football fans, you know that some of the best coaches in the world don't speak good English. They don't speak impeccable English. So if your weakness might be the quality of English that you speak. But one of the things you need to do as a human being is to amplify on your strengths. You have to amplify on your strengths so much that your weaknesses don't matter. Now, English is a skill, is a language, it can be learned. So do not use that to shut yourself out of the door. Come to the recruiter with the value you can deliver. The kind of money, if you can bring more money than everybody that has been in that business before, how well you speak English will not matter. It's the quality of value you bring on board that actually. Now, that doesn't mean that you now don't work on yourself and try to improve and get better. That's important. But do not shut yourself out of the door because you feel that something limits you. Sell yourself well first. That's where selling yourself matters. It's a skill, it's a sales skill. You must learn to sell yourself in such a way that people who don't like you, they will not like you, but they will know that you are the person they need to work with. That's how well you need to learn to sell yourself.
This is supposed to be my last question, but I have one more.
All right.
Okay, so it's last two questions finally.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so these two are together as one question. It says, do you think Web3 is a good field to invest our skills? The other one says, how can we connect to venture capitals in the Web2 space?
One of the things about the venture capitalists is they work in communities. You need to find access into those communities and association. So one of the core things is your approach towards business must not be individualistic. You must always be thinking network, leverage, collaborations, associations. Okay, there are different associations out there. There are Black Entrepreneurs Association, there's Global something. Find entry into those associations. The better the quality of your associations, the better the qualities of capital and opportunities you get to actually meet. For the person who is asking about the Web3, the world is going virtual. So the internet we know now will be like how many people know MySpace? Okay, we might not know MySpace in Nigeria. Like, to go, you know, to go. Now, the internet we know now, in the next 5 years, will look like to go. It's how mundane it will look, because when we enter into a virtual reality space, the games change. So the person who is thinking about going into Web3, it comes back to the VUCA world. We are in volatile times. We are in uncertain times. So you cannot evidently make concrete plans. That's why some of the best skills you would have would be flexibility, adaptability, communication, emotional intelligence, and all the things that makes you malleable. If you are too stiff and too structured, the coming times will brush you aside. Okay, so don't look for concrete skills. Look for skills that will make you adaptable, that whichever situation you find yourself, you'll be able to have your way. That's how to survive in the next 2 to 3 years in business.
All right, my final question says, you told us to avoid the salary question during interviews. But what if you're asked by a potential employer, what are your salary expectations? How are we supposed to answer that question without cutting ourselves short?
Okay, so there is a way to. That's why I mentioned at the beginning that you need to do a background check of the company you are going to. Not doing background check is shooting yourself in the foot many times. So there are probably people who have worked in those companies before or currently work there and can give you an idea of what the salary range is. There are also websites like Glassdoor and Co. that gives you an idea of the salary range of certain jobs based off of the location they are. Now, what you would do is to go to this website or have to meet with the people who have worked in this industry and have an idea to ask them for the commensurate range. So if they ask you what are your salary expectations, I would not advise giving a singular figure. Give a range, and the range should be based on industry standards. Actually, now, based on those range, based on your experience and skills, someone who has experience of 3 years cannot be quoting the salary range of 10 years. So you must know how to play this game well, in such a way that it does not paint you as desperate or ignorant. And that's where confidence comes. No matter what it is, you must be able to, how do I say this? I'll give an example, and it's something you can do. I'll say this in 1 minute. I realized about maybe 5 years ago that I had not attended any interviews in a while. I was happy with the work I was doing. So I said, let me just do I'm not hoping to get a job. I just want to do the interview and see what's happening. Now, I did the interview. I was asked to come in. I said, okay, one of the ways I will scare these people is to triple my salary. So they'll be like, this one is not serious, I beg. We'll get back to you later. During the interview, when I mentioned the triple of my salary, the people were shocked at first, but later they began to negotiate. I'm like, why are you people negotiating 3 times salary? That's when I realized that where I was working, I was underpaid. So it was not until I went out there to find out what the current paying structure is. That's when I knew that, me that I thought I was okay. The company was actually smiling at me that this one does not know what's happening. So it's important for you to be current with what is happening. Now that we have things like inflation and devaluation, the general state of salaries will have changed. It's important for you to know those things so that when you are asked those questions in the interview, you can actually give more correct values.
Our program for today. Please put your hands together for Mr. Omiyale. To information, are we taking a group photograph with a few of them, Tosin? Okay, so we're going to take a photograph session now. And then we'll take a few of you to have a group photograph here. And when we are done, we give a vote of thanks. And then you can step out one after the other to pick up your lunch. So please, it would be nice that you're seated here and then you go one after the other. Because if you don't step out of this door, you don't get the lunch. I hope you understand me. We need to make it very tidy and orderly. So we start with the photographs. Ma, we can stand here. Mr. Omiyale, please, photograph. Thank you. So, but this year, we thought of doing something much more for our youth entrepreneurs. Youth Empowerment Program is actually for undergraduates, graduates who have just left school freshly, and then job seekers, youth who are employed, and then the youth who are self-employed, who are here today at this place. Please, can we have the Rose of Sharon Foundation alumni, graduates? If you are here, please come quickly with your muffler, quickly, the executives as well. Rose of Sharon Foundation executives, if you are here, those with their muffler, please quickly join us. And then we can have at least maybe about 15 of you join us for the group photograph. program focuses on providing skills, employability skills, business development skills, and entrepreneurship skills for youths in Nigeria and beyond Nigeria, because the program is usually a hybrid one, on-site and online. So, but this year we thought of doing something much more for our youth entrepreneurs. The youth employment program is actually for undergraduates, graduates who have just left school freshly, and then job seekers, youth who are employed, and then the youth who are self-employed and who are like entrepreneurs.
We are here today at this clinic to actually analyze, assess, and look at those business influence and challenges that we have, and see the prescriptions that we can give to you, just like we get prescriptions in the hospital. All right. So that's why we are here today, and that's what the business clinic is set to do. You know, like analyze your challenges and then set you on the path from where you are at. So that you need to gain business resilience.
Let's be seated, please. Except you are coming for a photograph, but you're ready to go. I would like to say before.
So that means around the table, everybody is talking around a place of deep, you know. So we put our heads together and we came up with this business clinic. If you commit to the process, what you put in is what you're going to get out of it. When you have access to the caliber of facilitators that have been brought here, and you do not get everything that you are able to get out of it, then it will be your loss.
I am beyond excited to be a facilitator at the business clinic by Rose of Sharon and Bosworth Marketing Finance for young, especially listening to the stories of these young ones and the different challenges in business. And one thing stood out, there is always a way out.
There's so much wisdom in the room. There's so much experience in the room that the learning is here. You have to be intentional. You have to be committed. And be ready also to evacuate some residual conception with perceptions about business. And then you are positioned to win the business. I would give you.
And those other things. Please, let's be seated. We have just 5 more minutes to go. Please, can we be seated? Please, can you lower this thing, the video? The volume is quite high. Okay, so we have Dr. Olumide Emmanuel's books outside, right on the table as you step out. I know someone once said that if you want to hide something from an African, write it in a book, and that's really sad. Please try to read, even if it's just 1 book in a month. Your life will change tremendously, really. One of the things I don't mind spending my money on are very good books. So please try, step out, buy something for a change. Buy a book for a change. Pick something that the topic resonates with you, where your journey is at and where you want to go to. So pick something. There are very beautiful and lovely books outside. Some are quite expensive, maybe for your level as a student. But if you look at how voluminous the book is and the quality of what is in it, I don't think it's expensive for me, you know, but you can get something that you can afford out there. Apart from the books, there are also some of our Rose of Sharon Foundation graduates who are entrepreneurs that have come to display their wares here today. One of them is selling jewelry. I know women will love jewelry. I've already gotten one for myself, you know, so just look out there. You see things as cheap as 2,000 naira, and they're really nice. Some have pastries for sale, chin-chin and other things. So please, when you step out, just look at the tables, encourage them, pick something, and God will bless you. Okay, so I would like to say a very big thank you to all our facilitators who are here today, who came, those who came online, and those who are here physically present, who had to squeeze our program into some of their schedule to be able to give us the value that we have gained here today. I know you've learned a lot, but what matters in trainings like this is what you do with what you've learned. How do you apply the knowledge you've gained today? A lot of insights have been shared. How do you utilize them? How do you put them to practice to make use of what you learned here today? That's the difference between you and someone who came here jotting down notes. So please, I encourage you to make good use of what you have learned. In the long run, you'll be glad that you did. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. Thank you so much. You know, your number is so very encouraging. Very encouraging. Thank you so much. Thank you. The youth, the Rose of Sharon Foundation is focused and really committed to improving lives. You know, the lives of widows, children, lives of orphans, the life of young people, you know. Yeah, and we are really happy that you are here today. Big thank you once again to our board member, Mrs. Mofnaya, for being here, ma, and staying with us to the end. Thank you, Mr. Omiyale, for being here so early and staying to the end. And my thank you also goes to Ibukun Akinola and Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. Before we get someone to give us a closing prayer, Mrs. Mofnaya will have a word or two to say, and then we close. But please, when we are done, some of our team members will take you row by row from here. You step out, you pick your lunch, and then you view the things on the table. So please be seated. They will come to your row and then guide you on how to do that. The mic is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure you are all happy. I've been following Mrs. Folorunsha Lakija since I was 20. And today, to motivate the ladies here, to the glory of God, for the first time, maybe in the history of private institutions in Nigeria, I'm the only woman, both public, private institution, that is on the board of COHETS. When we say COHETS, that's the association of all rectors in Nigeria. I've not followed the God that Mama Alakija is serving in vain. And I've had the grace and opportunity to travel around with her. And to the glory of God again, there's an association that has been there since 1975. Some of you were not born. It is called ATUPA. You can Google ATUPA. It's an association of all vice chancellors and rectors in Africa. All vice chancellors and rectors in Africa. And with all humility again, I am on that board. The only Nigerian woman and the first time a lady from a private institution. So, and I want to charge you all up again, apart from attending this program. They have fellowship where Mommy Alakija from Alakija, she's there every Tuesday to minister the word of life to Rose of Sharon, Glorious Ministry International. As we speak, I know she's right there at their retreat, which end before hurricane. So if you're not tired, you can find your way there. God bless you.
Thank you very much, ma. What's the prayer, right?
Yeah. Praise God. Let us stand. All the glory must be to the Lord. to account, for he is worthy of our praise. No man on earth should give glory to himself. All the glory must be unto the Lord. And so, our Father, the everlasting King of glory, Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the lives of your sons and daughters that are here. Father, we thank you for the lives of your children that you use to package this event, particularly the life of your daughter, Pastor Olumide, Apostle Olumide, Alakija, and her entire household. Daddy, we bless your name. And we decree and declare that your children, with all they have had here, that when others are saying there's a casting down, as for them and their household, they will say it's a lifting up. In the mighty name of Jesus, you will all flourish in the mighty name of Jesus. I decree and declare that whatever you lay your hands upon to do, you will succeed in the mighty name of Jesus. In your families, I pray that God will break the protocols to favor you all in the mighty name of Jesus. You will all be remembered for good, because suddenly when the butler remembered Joseph, everything about him changed. Father, remember all your children here today. As they are saying amen, I decree and declare that the shout of victory will not cease in your homes. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Father, we thank you for the facilitators. Daddy, we are asking that you water them more. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Somebody shout hallelujah. Your hallelujah is too cold. And because, listen, whether the devil likes it or not, I see billionaires in you all. I see another Apostle Florisha Alakija in you all. So if you believe in that, shout hallelujah.
Thank you so much, but please be seated. So can we go with this role?